So, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. I welcome you all for the World Environment Day celebration by ITYM. Yes, Igniting Brains of Young Minds Foundation, we know that it's a wonderful foundation that comes up with unique ideas and unique conferences and unique events every day. It is an organization that is working in the 195 countries of the world, and it has been working the 365 days a year, in fact, 24 by 7 every day. And yes, today we'll be talking about World Environment Day. So we have our speakers, our panelists who have joined from different nations. And I welcome you all for this wonderful event. I know it is going to be another interesting session with lots of knowledge, lots of information, and lots of research coming from all over the world. So, without taking much of your time, because I would like to listen to every one of you to gather knowledge from every one of you. So, let's start with our chief guest for today, Dr. P.K. Rajput sir.
Thank you so much once again. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to all the esteemed guests who have joined here. And it is always a pleasure to see the wonderful people because you all give us an energy. You are an epitome of knowledge. And when there is an epitome of the knowledge, along with the ocean of the patience, the blend of two, which is Dr. Anjum, an epitome of knowledge like Dr. Rania, Dr. Jamie, Hardania ma'am, Malisha madam, Nirmala ma'am from Malaysia, Ambassador Dr. Piyush Raja, Patricia ma'am, Dr. Pooja, Anita Kaul ma'am, and so many, and Dr. Iman ma'am, my sister. So it always gives us a lot of positiveness and energy that yes, whatever we are going to speak, it will be spread out like a fragrance which is always there, which is nice fragrance which is there when you put a perfume and the fragrance goes and everybody likes to have that wonderful fragrance. Today we are talking about the environmental part, the fragrance of environment, right? And when we talk about the fragrance of the environment, it is all in our hand, right? It is all on us. So when we go to some party to meet somebody, what we do, we dress up ourselves, right? And we ensure that when we meet the other people should love to meet us, right? Because that's why we dress up. Now, why I said this very important part. Same thing is with our Mother Earth, right? So the responsibility of us as a citizen of this wonderful world, as a creature of the world is that how to ensure that Mother Earth should be dressed in a beautiful and positive way. When the Mother Earth should be nurturing, and we are the people who are responsible to nurture. And yesterday, when we saw the students from the Nirmala ma'am's school, right, we were really amazed. Let me tell you, yesterday it was an amazing experience by all of us. And the way the student they are making the things, really, it was above the rest. And at the same time, many Indian educators, when they told about it, that how they are building the thing, it really makes a heaven of a difference. Now, coming to the very, very important part, when we talk about the important part, which is the beat the plastic pollution. This is a campaign which we are talking on the wonderful platform of IDYM. I thank you, Engineer Ravi sir, and all the members from 195 countries for being part of the IDYM. We all know what is the plastic pollution, but only again, for the sake of knowing it, we like to once again repeat it that the plastic pollution, it is what is that? It's the accumulation of the plastic waste in the environment, which we are using on the daily basis. Right. Whenever we go to the shopping, when we forget to carry the shopping bag and we go to some other places. So whatever the plastic which we collected, it is a plastic waste. And especially in the natural environment, such as where it goes to the dustbin, it goes to the different part, it goes to the river, it goes to the, and then ultimately oceans and also filling of the land, right? Because all these waste, it goes to fill the land. And initially the landfills are happening, oceans are taking it, but what is the repercussion of that? The repercussion is very bad because these plastic particles are not disposed properly. And it is going to end up in the natural environment, causing harm to the human life, wildlife, and their habitats. So we all are the life. Once we are hurting the life, Mother Earth, it is giving to us as a hurt to our life itself, to the wildlife itself. So plastic pollution is a significant environmental problem. It is estimated, how much? Approximately 8 million ton of the plastic waste escapes into the ocean every year. I repeat, 8 million ton of the plastic waste, it has been absorbed by the ocean every year. Wherever we are, you can see about any type of the ocean, but all put together, it is like that. So research has shown that this plastic solution, it threatens even the food safety, quality, ecosystem, and the biodiversity, which is very, very important segment. And we all, as a responsible citizen of this beautiful planet, we have to take care while reducing the use of single-use plastic, such as plastic bags, bottles, disposable cutleries. Today, I was listening one of the talk. One very important gentleman said that without plastic, the life is not there. But yes, when the plastics was not there 20 years back, 25 years back, at that time the life was also there. But we were using in the different ways. So we can change the uses, we can change our thinking, which is very important. Support the legislation and the policies aimed to reducing the plastic waste, which is important, and increase the recycling effort. Always ensure the recycling should be there as much as it is possible. Whenever we are there in some industry on the level, we'll ensure that it should be taken care. Even I was listening about the hospital waste plastic and all. It should be taken in the recycling way. Promote the uses of the eco-friendly and biodegradable alternatives to the plastic products. And last but not the least, I like to highlight it here. It all depends upon us carrying the shopping bag from our home. And especially for the Indian people, stop using this gutka and throwing it on the roadside, because that is again of plastic, right? And when it goes there, you can see how many animals they are getting the problem there. And many of the places, this veterinary surgeons, they are taking a tumor of 3 kg, 5 kg, 8 kg, 12 kg from the animals which are giving milk to us, especially for the cows and buffaloes, because they are eating it, right? And then so much of the things are coming because we are throwing the thing and it is making a harm to us. At the same time, we should carry the water bottles, right? Because now all concealed water bottles are available there. We should not be purchasing it because, again, I want to say, especially in the Asian countries or Indian countries, there are a good quality water bottle and there are the bad quality water bottles are there. People, they drink at the cost of 10 rupees and then they throw it. But where it is going, it is not being reused. And when it is not getting reused, it is again becoming a waste. So it is not a big thing when we carry our different things. We can carry the water bottle also, because these are the smallest way of reducing the plastic. We can start teaching to the student, because yesterday I was listening from Nirmala Devi Ma'am's school, that how different ways the plastic uses can be taken care of in the schools, how the garbage box can be taken, how the recycling can happen. So these are the different ways of using, taking care for the plastic pollution, and it is going to help for the Mother Earth. So once again, I am very happy that I'm able to talk on such an important day. I always say that since we have been taken birth from our mother's womb, and same thing, the Mother Earth gives us lot many things to us. We have to respect our own biological mother, and we have to respect our Mother Earth, both. And it should not be only one day. It should not be 2 days. It should be every day. Because small step, we always say the journey of 100 miles always start with the very first step. And the journey which we have taken with such a wonderful, eminent educators, speakers, illustrious gathering people here on this IDYM platform and the multiple platform where people, they are celebrating it. If you start inculcating this habit and if you start coaching other people, that's why I said coaching is one-to-one, very, very, very important. Coaching one-to-one people, like we can make a lot of difference, which is really required. Otherwise, these plastic will going to come to us, and our next generation is going to face a lot of biggest problem. And there will be a problem of asthma. There will be a problem of respiratory disease. There will be so many problems will be there, which is going to again destroy the entire humanity, and even the wildlife, and even the forest life, and even the marine life. All the things are there with this. So thank you so much, Dr. Anjum ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, IDYM, and thank you all the respected, eminent listeners here listening of the small word of thought which are there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Raju sir. And yes, of course, as you started about plastic pollution, yes, this is one of the greatest concern today, and we have to look after it. And we also need to know about the solutions. There are many solutions available, but I think many of us are not using it. So yes, it was really a good start to our Environment Day. And of course, if you think we have to come up with solutions where you should be adopting green technologies, of course, there are green technologies, there are many renewable sources of energies that can be used, and we should be using all those things so that yes, our environment, it should be peaceful, that we can be living without any kind of hazardous environment. It can be avoided. So that was really a great talk. And one of our speakers, Dr. Jenny Sudhakar, actually, she has some emergency, but still see her commitment, she has joined us. So I will just continue later on. Now I hand over the stage to Dr. Jenny Sudhakar now.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Ranjam, for the opportunity. Thank you, Raviba. It was awesome listening to Dr. Rajput. Saluting everybody, I would like to start with only one question. Shakespeare saw daffodils dancing. Can we ever see it now? Shakespeare dreamt and he saw beautiful daffodils standing far away. The dream that he had was towards the environment. And creating an environment awareness is nothing but realizing the human behavior and our impact that we make for the future generation learners. Because today's kids are tomorrow's future. So they need to know about our surroundings and all the issues that we are facing. This IDYM has contributed greatly towards it. I was awestruck by the way as the children participated. I was watching in the YouTube. I was really spellbound. It was such a magnanimity from the IDYM core team to bring an awareness in the about the environment to the future citizens, leaders, learners, and everybody. And it's our duty to understand that this will be extremely helpful for every kid, whoever is prevailing in this world side. Want everyone to make this YouTube channel to be passed on to everyone because the motive is to encourage young minds to learn about the environment and develop a mindset to think about protecting our mother nature. As the world becomes more and more industrialized, it's important to be aware of the impact that our activities have on the environment. And this awareness program is the backbone, and I feel it's a skeleton which is going to fill the flesh and blood of the children so that the importance of this environment awareness will be the major part of everybody's life to create and kindle the interest of children to sustain the initiative that is taken. Okay, what is environment? The food we eat, the land we live on, the water we drink, everything that surrounds us and is helping us to sustain life on this planet Earth can be termed as the environment. Yes, nature has everything in a balanced amount. Humans extract resources from the environment for our benefit. I'll not put it their benefit, for our benefit. But we don't care about ways to regenerate them. The activity of overusing these resources carelessly has led this changing drastically is becoming less favorable for all the living beings. Hence, it becomes necessary to spread awareness about the environment and environmental issues. Okay, what are the issues that is faced by every one of us at present? So before driving into environmental awareness, it's important to know the environmental issues that we are facing, which led this, like Dr. Rajput who quoted the plastic. Let me tell you, excessive use of vehicles has polluted the air. I hope everybody would accept with me and also contributed to the depletion of non-renewable natural resources. Yes, construction of malls and other buildings at large scale, both the removal of forests and global warming is a result of it. Industry culture has led to the huge amount of mismanaged waste that polluted our natural water bodies and soil. Once upon a time, when I was a small girl, I used to visit the village. When we go to village, we love the fountain, we love the reservoirs, we love the overflowing brooks. Can we see a brook? Can we sing like Robert Frost? Can we sing? I hear the sound of the woods and ferns from the brimming river, and he was enjoying the song. Just like the brook, I'm also brimming. The brook carries the logs and wood. Can we see it? Can we feel it? Can we say with a poet, I saw the kites soars on high and blow the birds above the sky. All I heard is just lady skirts across the earth. Can you ever see it? No, because these factors have been several species of animals get vanished. Several diseases are born because the use of pesticides that we use. Noisy vehicles have made people more limitable, and human values are depleting day by day. The air is not suitable to breathe. Very soon we are going to have the day where oxygens are sold in small bottles like how water is sold nowadays. And the huge number of people in big cities have developed respiratory and breathing problems like asthma, tuberculosis. And because of this global warming, the polar ice caps are melting, leading to an increase in the sea level. We do not know what's lying towards the next minute. Many islands are being submerged in water, and cities which are surrounded by the oceans are under constant threat. The use of some harmful gases like CFC has resulted in the depletion of the ozone layer, which protects the earth and we from the sun. The ultraviolet rays cannot fall on us because of this ozone layer, but there's a hole, there's a threat, there's a danger. These rays are very harmful and cause burns and skin cancer. Acid rains also cause because of pollution. Some put the humans to walk in acid rain for various reasons. And some ancient monuments like Taj Mahal are getting affected. We living in India, we are not bothered. We need to be very, very, very careful. Importance of environmental awareness must be pledged, must be solemnly taken a vote. It should be a vision and mission and philosophy for every individual who prevails in this world. Because the major reason for environmental awareness is so important, the impact that humans we have on the environment every day. We pollute the air with emissions from factories and cars. We damage forests with our logging operations, and we pollute rivers and lakes with our waste. And all of us have negative impact on the environment and can eventually lead to serious problems like climatic changes. So we need to be much aware of the problems that we are facing and our planet is facing because we have to make much effort to protect it. This is the right time. This environmental program is very, very, very important because we are supposed to preserve and protect our planet, the earth, our home. And it's the only place we have to live. If we don't take care of it, who else will do it? If not me, who else? Everybody should ask it. And there will be nowhere else for us to go. We will not have a healthy place for our children. We need to preserve our planet for future generations to protect wildlife. Let me talk about wildlife. How many of us can see good animals now? Everything has become an endangered species because wildlife is being threatened all over the world due to habitat loss. Human beings have occupied the jungle. Human beings have occupied every habitat of every good productive animals because of the pollution and the climate change. By becoming more environmentally aware, we can help reduce these kinds of threats and protect the animals we love. We should become the animal lovers to combat with fight against climatic change, which is the biggest environmental issues that we face today. You know why it's caused? Because of the greenhouse gas emissions from cars and factories. Do we dare to walk? Do we dare to use the electric vehicles? No, we want. All of us want more luxurious vehicles to travel. But if we take and think one step by reducing our own emissions and raising awareness about climatic change, we can help slow down the effects. To save energy, it's important for us to be environmentalists and be aware to save energy. We need to save the energy, water driving less, recycling, by understanding how our actions affect the environment. We can make choices that minimize our impact, small steps to save our environment. Now we have the basic understanding of the issues faced by us and what we should do. We should turn off the tap water when we see a running tap water. We're not in use. And everybody can use a bucket and mug to have, but close the tap, close the shower instead of wasting it because water has become a scarcity nowadays. When during the water day, I said, very soon we are not going to see water anywhere. Proper water, like it's becoming a very big lack. So all of us need to participate in this very environmental awareness and campaign. Not only Ravi Bai could do it, all of us could participate and do it. And inside it, we can also have more ideas. We should all try to save our planet here from this environmental damage. And all of us must become environmentalists to understand this environment. What is environment? The excellent reason of God. the noble creation of God, the valiant creation of God, the indispensable creation of God. And it is not an awesome, it's not an ordinary one. It is extraordinary creation of God. It is a marvelous creation of God. It is again an exuberant creation of God. It is a triumphant creation of God. This environment needs to be preserved, protected, adored, and cared by every one of us. So all of us could leave this world a healthy place for our children. I appreciate IDYM team once again. Thank you, Dr. Anjum, for this wonderful moderation. Thank you, Dr. Ravi, and thanking the chief guest. I would love to leave this meeting. Sorry, because my maternal uncle passed away and I have some rituals. And I'm very sorry I'm unable to stay. But definitely I will go through the YouTube. Jai Hind. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Jenny. It was really a very energetic speech as always. And as you said, yes, we have to take care of the environment because the harm that we have caused, that has been caused to the environment is only because of us. We human beings have caused it, and so it has become very essential today for us to come together and talk about it and to discuss about the solutions, and so that we make this planet to be a healthy place to live. So thank you, Demi, ma'am. Despite of your emergencies, you took out time for us, and hats off to your commitment for joining with us. Thank you very much, ma'am. And now with this, I would like to call upon our next speaker, Rania Lampo, ma'am, another great educator from Greece.
Greetings from Greece. Thank you, Dr. Anjum. I'm very happy to see here very good friends from India, but also from other countries. Thank you, IDYM, for the invitation, and many congratulations for celebrating this occasion day. To celebrate the environment. And our topic today about plastics, I think it's very, very relevant nowadays. In Europe also it's very relevant. And as Dr. Rajput said, plastics are an important material in our economy and daily lives. However, they have serious negative effects on the environment and human health. Recently I read a study of the European Investment Bank, which analyzes the inefficiencies of plastics value chain and their solutions. It examines actually the root causes of the plastic waste problem and identifies investment opportunities and of the policy measures that we can address this crisis. So some key interesting facts is that packaging accounts for a significant proportion of plastic production. 44% globally and 40% the European Union. And beyond this, the industry produces a lot of throwaway plastic. So plastic packaging is the biggest contributor to the plastic waste problem. Another interesting fact is that 25 companies are responsible for half of the world's plastic production. When we talk about the sea, in the beaches, microplastics have been found in our food and drinks, including beer and water and honey. So since these particles are also ingested by marine animals, they are now a part of the food chain and they can impact our health in ways that we might not be aware of today. There are as many, of 50 trillion microplastic particles in the sea. This is 500 times more than our stars in the galaxy. So plastics are everywhere. They're cheap, they're convenient, they're light, but we have to recognize that our addiction to plastics, especially single-use plastics, which we use only for a few minutes, but this can last up to hundreds of years in the environment. This leads to serious consequences. So from changing our habits to encouraging a shift to a circular economy, we need to completely change the way we look at plastics. And the solution, of course, would be to reinforce what we call circular sustainable plastics economy, which lies in the combination of new policy measures of increased capacity, transformative innovation in the design, collection, sorting, and recycling of plastics through green technologies, as Dr. Anjum said. Plastic pollution, I think that it's not a waste issue. I think it's a production issue. It's an overproduction issue. Because almost 10 billion tons of plastic have been made globally since the decade of 50s. So 2/3 of this in the 2 decades after 2000. So the problem is the overproduction. The plastics production, rapid consumption, widespread discharge into the natural environment, both on land and at sea, has been rising exponentially over the past 70 years. So the implementation of a fully circular economy in plastics is essential in the face of ever-increasing complexity of this problem. You know that the global plastic production is predicted to triple by 2060. This exponential growth will continue unless something changes. And this comes at a high environmental cost. By 2050, greenhouse gas emissions associated with plastic production, use, and disposal could account for 50% of allowed emissions. In Europe, we have the Core Plastics Europe strategy, according to which 1/3 of all plastics were produced in China in 2022. Europe's share is declining, and hopefully Europe is above the world average in the proportion of recycled plastic. Recycled plastic production is growing, but still accounts for only 6% of total production. And you know, while the amount of recycled plastic is increasing, the amount of virgin plastic is increasing even more. So the problem is that plastics will never be circular. Plastics are petrochemical products, and it's by nature that they're easily degrading through oxidation. So when you want to reuse plastic waste, you have to add additives, you have to add the virgin material, and you have to boost up the degraded material. So we need to decrease how much plastic we're using, because the amounts that we're using today, there is no way of dealing with this in a sustainable way. Instead, we're leaving a bigger pile of waste behind. In Europe, according to statistics, Belgians and Italians are the biggest plastic waste producers. Irish most use plastic packaging among Europeans. And China's 2028 ban on plastic waste imports led to a rise of Europeans' waste incineration. So the strategy here in Europe, it's a part of the Europe Circular Economy Action Plan, builds on existing measures to reduce plastic waste. And of course, this is a key element of Europe's transition towards a carbon neutral and circular economy, and it will contribute to reaching the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Climate Agreement objectives, and the industrial policy objectives. So in the global context, the European Union is performing comparatively well in addressing plastic waste pollution. It has set ambitious targets under the European Strategy for Plastics. However, there's an estimated investment gap. So at the same time, we need necessary improvements which require policy measures combined with targeted financial instruments. This could include measures to tackle difficult to recycle plastics packaging, restrictions on composite packaging, such as packaging combining paper and plastics, and imposing quotas on recycle while boosting public awareness campaigns. So this strategy, of course, aims to protect the environment and reduce marine litter and greenhouse emissions, but there are more precise actions that we can do. Make recycle profitable for business. That means we need new rules on packaging to improve the recyclability of plastics and increase the demand for recycled plastic content, improve the separate collection of plastic waste, launch a pledging campaign European-wide targeting interesting public authorities, and curb plastic waste. So that means we need measures to restrict the use of microplastic in products, address and reduce the release of microplastics in the environment. So measures on bio-based and compostable plastics, biodegradable plastics, and new rules on port reception facilities to tackle sea-based marine litter. Drive innovation and investment because to scale up support for innovation to develop smarter and more recyclable plastic materials, to make recycling processes more efficient, to trace and remove hazardous substances and contaminants from recycled plastics, and work with the national partners. As Dr. Anjoum said about green technologies, we need to remove here financing barriers that hinder innovation. The private sector is developing innovative solutions which aim to address problems along this length of plastics value chain. Such innovations should be facilitated. For example, clear gaps exist in new recycling solutions for technical products. which need to be developed and implemented. For instance, in use across the automotive industry, and the electronics and electrical sector. So digital sorting technologies to increase the speed and accuracy of separating mixed plastics waste streams are another undeveloped area of innovation. So innovation, the use and type of plastics employed in the agricultural and food processing sectors also is another opportunity to address the problem at a meaningful scale. Build also a market, because to create sufficient and stable demand for recycled content, prices must become more stable and competitive relative to virgin material. This is not often the case, because the volatility of oil prices may encourage the use of virgin material in plastic production whenever prices are lower than that of recycled granulate. And to build capacity, because if improvements in the plastics value chain are made and market conditions stabilize, this will increase the amount of available recycled material. When we talk about beaches, by 2050, there could be, according to predictions, more plastic than fish in the air, in the sea. The European Union, there was a campaign, European Beach Cleanup, it was very effective. They target 10 single-use plastic products, most often found in Europe's beaches and seas, so as well as the lost or abandoned fishing gear. So this includes plastic cotton buds or plates or straws. Every plastics strategy should focus on getting industry and producers involved to cover the cost of waste management and cleanup also. So the industries will be given incentives to develop less polluting alternatives for these products. We need the collaboration, of course, of all key stakeholders, and this is a part of a transition towards a circular economy. So this calls for a better design of plastic products, higher plastic waste recycling rates, more and better quality recyclates that will boost the market for recycled plastics. This will help, of course, protect the environment, reduce marine litter and greenhouse emissions. In Europe, also 72% of European citizens cut down on the use of single-use plastic bags. It's a good news. But now it's time to work all together and tackle other single-use plastics. So before concluding, I want to say that every victory against plastics begins with a single person or small group of people deciding that the time to take action is now. It's harder to imagine your actions making a difference, but when you consider that the average person living, for instance, in Western Europe or North America uses more than their own body weight in plastic every year, the truth is that they really can. Yes, reducing your plastic footprint by a bottle here or a coffee cup there may be no more than a drop in the ocean, but the message it sends speaks volume. And of course, the ocean is nothing if not countless drops of water. So the changes we make in our own life are far-reaching ripples, especially if we're good at communicating with others about why we're doing it. And after all, politicians and CEOs and industries are just people like everybody. If they hear our stories of why we want to get rid of plastic, why and why we think they need to help do something about it, they can be persuaded to act. Remember that one of the most powerful things that we can do is talk what you're doing and why you're doing it. So in this way, others may follow. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rania. That was really a great talk. And yes, of course, like you were talking, so I could realize one thing, that it is not the time that we discuss only about the problems that are existing around us, but we should also discuss about the solutions. We have to come up with solutions. Like some of the times it may happen that something that is applicable in Greece cannot be implemented.
Yes, I have to say, in Greece, for instance, the plastic straws are forbidden for the last 2 years. You can't find anywhere a plastic straw in supermarket, anywhere.
Yes, actually, this is a great platform that we are coming and we are joining from different parts of the world and we are discussing about it and we are actually learning, and it was really a very informative session. You told about so many solutions that can be implemented to tackle the plastic pollution that we are facing. It is one of the greatest pollution that we have been facing all around the world. So thank you very much, ma'am, for joining.
Thank you. I will also say in the supermarkets, also they have stopped using for free plastic bags. You have to pay for plastic bag. It's also in your
Yeah, India
regulation.
too,
So
India
it's
too.
better to have a recyclable bag with you instead of
Yeah.
buying
India
a plastic bag.
actually
Thank
do
you. Thank you very much.
in some places, and you have to bring either your own bag, or if we are taking a bag from that mall or the supermarket, then we will have to pay for the system has been implemented in it.
Exactly.
So thank you once again. And now let me take this opportunity to invite my dear sister from Egypt, an educator, very great educator, Ambassador Dr. Iman Adam.
Hello, my dear sister. Hello, all respected colleagues. It's my honor to be with you today in the Environment Day. I'm very happy to be with you all. It's my pleasure. Let's go. Today, we will talk together about the problem of pollution generally, and we will highlight the issue of plastic pollution. As an educator, we are trying to be a leader in many issues related to our environment. We need to have our students in a very good manner, and we need them to appreciate our environment, and some things like this are inherited in them during educating them. Today, we will talk about white biotechnology. Let's turn to white and green biotechnology, because we are from the nature and we are human beings inside the nature. So we need to use our natural resources instead of synthetic things, because synthetic things will cause a pollution within time, but our natural resources will support us and they also will not create any problems. But today we will need to talk about how to return to paper bags, something which is created from wastes of plants, for example. Let's return to our nature instead of using plastic. And also, when we are using paper bags, we need also to avoid overusage, because overusage will cause also overcollection of natural resources and plants. We need to use leaves of plants as a source of production of paper bags. Let's return to the nature instead of using plastics and causing many problems to our environment. We need to teach our students how to be eco-friendly students, how to support your nature, how to support your environment, because you are a part of it. So we must appreciate our presence in this environment. So we need to be a good source of conservation instead of wasting or causing pollution to our environment. So let's return to paper bags, and also let's depend on plant wastes. We are calling plant wastes and something like this on non-usable parts of plants. However, it's not a waste. It's only waste when we are going to put it inside the trash. But without putting it in the trash, it means that we are using specific plant parts for certain purpose. From plant wastes, I try to produce many eco-friendly products, including nematicides, including pesticides, and also larvicidal agents, and many things using white and green biotechnology. So let's move towards using eco-friendly products. Instead of plastics, we have paper bags from plant wastes or plant leaves and so on. And also, let's support our nature by using eco-friendly products. Thanks again, and please highlight all issues related to the environment with your students. It's not only to talk about it, but to try to simplify it to be applicable to your students. I tried to change some curriculum to my students, and also I did the same in some Indian curriculum in schools. I contacted some of my colleagues and we tried to change some curriculum. And also during the celebration of Environment Day, engage students, engage kids, learn them how to use alternatives of plastics, how to conserve their nature, how to support their environment instead of causing problems or causing pollution. So all of us are against pollution, and we need to add our students in this issue because we must be servant leaders to our nature. Thanks a lot. And that's all what I have. I'm very happy to be with you today. Thank you very much. Thanks. And I am very happy to celebrate World Environment Day with IDYM. Thanks, Dr. Anjum, for moderating the day in a very good and more than, I think it's not only very good, it's more than excellent manner. Thanks all respected colleagues. Thanks, my dear respected brother, Prof. Rajput, for your presence with us. Thanks for IDYM founder, Ravi Jai, sir. Thanks a lot and thank you again. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you, Manna. We too are happy to have you here. Yes, as you said, we need to come up with eco-friendly solutions and not just discuss about it, but also implement it. And as you said, you have implemented some of these techniques with your students. And yes, we educators can be really change makers. We can start from ourselves, we can start from our students. So that was a great message. Thank you. That was really a fabulous talk. And come on, let's move to the next speaker. Now I take this opportunity to invite Nirmala Devi ma'am from Malaysia.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anjum, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this prestigious conference. Thank you, IDYM Foundation, for giving me another opportunity to share the glimpses of the project's real actions that I've taken with my students and educators locally and globally in order to save Mother Earth from our side. And what Dr. Rajput said, Ms. Rania, Dr. Eman, and few other eminent speakers said, I'm so thankful to them because they managed to come, talk about what is plastic all about, what are the consequences we are facing by using the plastics. And, plastics are actually useful for us, but then we have been overusing plastic until, it is causing disastrous for environment, for nature, for wildlife, for biodiversity, marine lives, and, it's also causing health issues for humans as well. So with that, I'm taking this as a stepping stone in order to share the actions that we have taken in our side. So as what Dr. Rajput said, Anju ma'am, Dr. Rajput, and few speakers, you have witnessed what were the steps that I've taken and I'm taking with my little ones. Okay, my students yesterday presented our Say No to Plastic, a zero plastic usage campaign that we have been running. From my end, when I joined these global platforms, so prior to pandemic, I noticed that I'm so much so interested in engaging my learners, teaching English language in not only developing their listening, speaking, reading, writing skills, but also to make sure that they are able to save the Mother Earth together as a shared responsibility. So due to that, I've been engaging a lot in climate action projects, land below water, and also quite a number of projects from SDG 1 to SDG 17. But what interests me a lot is SDG 13, climate action, where my students, they need to know how to take actions together. So at home, as I presented earlier last time, where I'm also producing organic fertilizer, where through composting of used vegetables, fruits, and all that. So apart from that, whenever I go for marketing or shopping, I bring my own tote bags. Okay, because I noticed that I was doing observation. So let's say I'm buying from 10 vendors in the market. I noticed that they've been giving me 10 plastic bags. So eventually, we are not refusing the plastic, but we are encouraging them. Though they are using biodegradable plastics, paper straws, and so many examples given by Rania ma'am as well. So Malaysia is a part as well. So we are also going green. We are actually encouraging the people and also our community to use plastic instead of using plastic straws, plastic bags, go to paper bags, paper straws, and many products are being, substitute from plastic to paper-oriented or biodegradable oriented materials. So I've been actually, in order to train the little ones, it's not easy, because if we are just telling them plastic is causing hazardous, plastic is causing this and that, they will not understand. So I would like to share the screen to show the glimpses of what actually happened in my teaching of my students from, the baby step that I've actually taken in order to make sure that my students understand their responsibility. Because the little ones that I'm teaching, they are 7 to 12 years old. So the immediate ones that I'm teaching directly, they are 11 and 12 years old students. So these students, they need baby steps in order to understand the rationale behind whatever that I'm trying to teach them. Okay, and also engaging more other educators as well. Okay, let me see if okay. So for all of you, I'm sure you know where Malaysia is located. I'm not from I'm from West Malaysia, but I'm staying in East Malaysia for the past 20 years. I'm teaching in this district called Tawau. This is Sabah in East Malaysia. Okay, so I'm teaching in a quiet school. It is a school located in an urban area. Though it is a school located in an urban area, the students are still need to be educated as students in rural areas as well. They need to be exposed. They need to be taught in order to understand the rationale behind of all the projects that I'm doing. Okay, so on Earth Day, every Earth Day, we used to do launching. So this is one of the examples of programs that I've already done with my students during Earth Day celebration. We celebrated Earth Day, though Earth Day is the 365 days, but we celebrate specially during the Earth Day celebration in April. And our focus here is plastic waste management. Okay, plastic waste management, it takes time and also a lot of effort from not only me, but my fellow educators as a whole school approach in order to run this program with the permission from the headmaster. Okay, so what we did was we actually get some students to talk about plastic waste management and what is okay, how to manage plastic and what are the plastics materials, or what are the content of plastic and what type of plastics are called single-use plastic and so on. A lot of information being given to them in graphic form so that they will understand. So through this is the basic step that we used to do in order to educate our students. So once they see the videos, the photos, they understand better, but then they will not understand 100%. Okay, and then what we did was we asked them to make a pledge. Make a pledge apart from going green. We also include a few lines on reducing plastic usage. Okay, and then apart from that, students love coloring, creating posters. So we gave them concepts of going green and also how to save marine lives from plastic pollution. So they come up with, actually we have many posters, but then I don't know, suddenly my Telegram and WhatsApp jammed due to full memory in my laptop, so I couldn't retrieve the photos. So these were some of the photos sent for a competition in a project called Suchana. So my students managed to get first placing and fourth placing in global level for this particular competition. And not only I'm trying to say asking them to take part in competition, it's actually testing their creativity, their content knowledge in order to understand what is the requirement of themselves and what are the requirements of the students in order to understand to save the marine lives. Okay, so as you can see, these are their own creations of they could see that the plastics are floating, the bottles are floating, the caps are floating, and it's actually lying in and in the oceans and seas, killing the marine lives. So if you can see the whale is full of plastic, showing that direct message, showing that the sea creatures are eating, they are suffocating, they are dying because of plastic pollution. So this is one of the examples that I can give in order to educate my students. And at the same time, I collaborate with global educators, where this Toyota Miami High School, this collaborator actually engaged with my learners, and they send these tote bags for my students as part of their projects in reducing plastic usage. So we are so blessed to collaborate and get these tote bags made of cotton in order to educate further my students that at least my students are not sorry, at least my students are not using single plastics, but they are carrying tote bags wherever possible, for purchasing, for marketing, or even to bringing books to school. And also I get many global educators to educate my students, not only me and my local educators, but also global educators join in virtually in order to teach my students. Like this, one of the educators from English Language School India, she taught my students how to make use of used t-shirts in order to make tote bags of different sizes. So she had 2 sessions, where the first session she taught them how to make this tote bag using used t-shirts, and the second session, as I mentioned earlier, I'm an English language teacher, so she taught them how to make sentences using the steps taken for this making of tote bags as a composition. So it's a kind of learning English language directly and indirectly across the curriculum. And of course, I'm a global educator as well, where I get my students to present about plastic waste, plastic management, and biodiversity, or marine lives, and saving marine lives, and so on and so forth, in many SDGs. So one of them is Save the Green Turtles, which they have completed recently, a few weeks back, where they get to research and talk about saving green turtles from plastic pollution, and also how other educators from other countries are engaging their students in saving the marine lives, or saving the environment from plastic pollution or any other pollutions. So I want to get ideas from other educators, and I want to get ideas from the little one from around the globe to share their ideas with my students. So because learning has to happen around the globe. So I travel around the globe 24/7 to give all the opportunities that I can, to give them the content knowledge to understand and take actions, not discussion merely, but to take actions together. We do projects together. And this is the project that I was talking about, and my students were mentioning that we managed to collect 100 kilograms up to last year, but now in these few months, we managed to collect few more, like 50 kilograms I've yet to send for recycling. After this holiday, we are actually on semester break. So on Tuesday, once back to school, I'll be selling this collected plastic waste, and I can add on to the number of kilograms. So actually what I do is that after these baby steps of education, given the content knowledge given to my students, I actually get the students, and also help from my panel teachers, to encourage the students to bring plastic waste from home, and also collect plastic waste from the canteen and school compound on every Wednesday from 6:30 a.m. up to 6:45 or 6:50 a.m. because our lesson starts at 7 a.m. For 20 minutes, I have committee members of students, 12 students, will be ready at the assembly area to collect the plastic waste, regardless of any types of plastic waste. Okay, so they will bring home clean plastic, used plastic, and we will collect them and put them at the in a place at the corner of the school. So it will be sent, the plastic waste will be sent to the recyclers. So the recyclers will weigh, and then the students will get to see how much we have collected. We have also collected some money from selling of this plastic waste, but getting some money is our second matter. But the thing is, we want to educate our students to collect as many plastic waste as possible, and we can see the support from the communities, the support from the parents, the support from the educators in my school and students are overwhelming. Okay, they are helping one another to support this program and bringing the plastic waste. It was not the same 2 years back, but once I started this project, I noticed that the support is tremendous. This is I would say that there's a blessing in disguise, because at least my students are able to learn about plastic, the content related to plastic, all of the disadvantages of using plastic. Though we have advantages, but it is over, the disadvantages are more. So due to that, we managed to come up with quite a number of initiatives in order to help the learners to understand, because they are going to be our next generation. So we have highly immersive program in the school every Thursday, where we get the students to learn English across the curriculum, and we run this project and we get students to talk about plastic waste management. How are they recycling at home? What are they doing? What are the plastics they are accumulating at home and all that? So in English language, also helping them to learn to speak English apart from learning in the classroom. And if you can see this photo, this poster, actually the students are being educated in the classroom by my educators in order to clean the plastic waste, then to dry them up and bring to the school, because we do not want the plastic, the unclean plastic to be brought to school, and it's going to cause a lot of problems for health issues and all that. So due to that, we encourage them to clean and bring the plastic waste. And these are the photos, my students getting recognition for being one of the schools joining this with Malaysian Nature Society to run this project, and also with Suchana. So my students are actually helping to send the plastic waste materials from the shed to the recyclers. So when they get to see the real happening of this process, at least they will be more courteous in using of plastic. And even in the classrooms, my other educators are helping me in order to create posters and asking the students to bring containers, used containers, bottles, caps, and so on. And so for them to bring to school in order to accumulate the plastic waste. So apart from that, we also want the students to join any competitions. They can use some prototypes from upcycling, where they bring, if you can see, this is the Softlan is actually the softener that we use for washing. After wash the clothes, you use for fragrance, in the washing machine. So I get the students to bring some bottles and all that. They can bring and they can do some prototypes, so that will be useful for them at home and also at school. Some of them made stationery containers, some of them made piggy banks, some of them made flower pots, and many inventions they have done. So from here we can see the innovative ideas, the creativity, 21st century learning happening of the students. And I pay attention to community service. So whenever I get opportunities to present globally or locally in my country, so I will make sure that my students project about Go Green, and how we manage plastic waste, and also other sustainable development goals projects and all that. So this is our Minister of Education. So she came to our booth and we managed to get the glimpses of photos with her and introduce our projects to her as well. And as I mentioned earlier, so we managed to collect more than 100 kilograms till to date, and I hope more plastic waste will be collected. We try to refuse and reduce the use of plastic products. And I would like to show one video of our project that we have done with Suchana. That will be the ending of my presentation.
Greetings from Malaysia. I am Wafa Firzana, the team leader for Borneo Green Warriors. We are going to talk about Suchana for the Planet Savior project of us in Category 2, Team 1, Plastic Warrior. Our mentor is Ms. Nirmala Devi Kandasamy. Our member are Wafa Firzana, Nur Airin Danisha, Muhammad Adam Fakri, Jaden Jordan Julian, and Nur Aliza Amira. We have been working for almost 4 weeks in Suchana for the Planet Savior Real Action Project. The SDGs are SDG 3, Good Health and Well-being, SDG 4, Quality Education, SDG 13, Climate Action, SDG 14, Life Below Water, and SDG 17, Partnership to Achieve the Goal. We are going to present our prototype, which is Sustainable Water Dispenser. Let's explore further of our invention. Stay tuned!
Hi, I'm Nur Airin Danisha. Our main topic is climate change. We are educated by our educator to look for materials and content related to carbon footprint, climate change, microplastic, inside of project of completion. Next, we made a poster where we managed to create a poster to show the suffering of sea creatures.
Hi, my name is Jaden. What is plastic?
Plastic is polymeric material that has the capability of being molded or shaped usually by the application of heat and pressure. There are 7 types of plastic. Why plastic are dangerous? 11% of household plastic is plastic, 14% of which is plastic bottle. Do you know that a plastic cup can take 50 to 80 years to decompose? An estimated 13 billion plastic bottles are disposed of each year. Plastic bags and other plastic garbage thrown into the ocean kill as many as 1 million sea creatures every year.
I'm Aliza. We have innovated a sustainable water dispenser using waste materials. We have used a small box, wrapping paper, glue, a plastic bottle and a plastic straw to create the water dispenser. The materials were taken from our Say No to Plastic campaign in partnership with Malaysia Nature Society during Suchana for the Planet Savior project. Apart from that, we have collaborated and interviewed Ms. Shashikala and Ms. Zadika from Malaysia Nature Society to get insight related to plastic waste management, dry run and disposal. We have collected 90 kg of plastic waste and sent to a recycling center for recycling. The idea behind our innovation is actually inspired after we have done research, interview and collaboration locally and globally.
Hi, I'm Adam. Let me walk through details of our prototype sustainable water dispenser. The main reason we have invented this water dispenser is to encourage many households and community to adopt to sustainable lifestyle where we need to refuse using an electronic plastic water dispenser which will encourage the usage of plastics and will not eliminate carbon footprints as we are using electricity. Now let us show how this water dispenser is created and how it works. First, we have drawn a sketch of the water dispenser with appropriate measurements. Then we cut the use box accordingly that we made a compartment in between the box. After that, we cover the box to make it attractive by using a wrapping paper. Then we made a hole on the edge of the box to insert a recycle straw. After that, we kept a bottle filled with clean water inside the box. Finally, we adjusted the straw into the water bottle. Now let us show how we will dispense the water for daily use.
Now I'm gonna pour some water in the bottle.
We did it! It's
We hope this innovative idea in making sustainable water dispenser will be made commercial for sale and it can be produced in a bigger size to supply water for the household locally and globally. We are planning to advertise this sustainable water dispenser so that we can recycle plastics, paper and eliminate carbon footprints. We learn to collaborate, communicate, think critically and creatively in innovating this sustainable water dispenser.
In conclusion, we can save the environment and have shared responsibility to use digital tools to present our prototype apart from learning good values by joining Suchana for the Planet Savior's UN SDG Goals Project. Left no one behind. Thank you.
So that was the project done by my students. They are now in high school. So that project actually, we got the 4th placing in global level. And another project, Sustainable Air Conditioner, we managed to get second placing. Yeah, second placing. And I'm so glad that IDYM Foundation is actually giving me the opportunity to share the actions that actually my students and I taking in our setting in order to save the Mother Earth. So it is a shared responsibility. And as a global and local educator, I need ideas from all of you in order to do more with my students. So with that, thank you so much, IDYM Foundation, Dr. Rajput Sir, Anju Ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to share my baby steps projects with my students. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was a very wonderful presentation. My dear speakers, there is a small request to you. Please respect everyone's time because there are many people who are waiting. So please don't take more than 10 minutes because many people are waiting. Please don't take more than 10 minutes. So I would like to call upon another speaker, Ambassador Dr. Piyush Raja.
Namaste from India. Myself is Piyush. Let me share the screen, ma'am.
Yes, sir. But please keep
Yes, ma'am.
time constraints, sir. We
Okay.
have many speakers, more than 1 hour they have been waiting.
Okay. Is my screen is visible to all?
Sir, please go ahead.
Okay. So the topic of my paper is a comprehensive solution to plastic pollution under the campaign for a plastic future. These are the outline of my paper: abstract, introduction, understanding plastic pollution, behavioral changes, monitoring and evaluation, waste management strategies, conclusion, recommendation, and bin references. The abstract of my paper: as we know, plastic pollution has emerged as a global crisis, posing significant threats to ecosystem and human health, the overall well-being of our planet. Addressing this issue requires a multifaceted approach involving individuals, communities, industries, and governments. This research paper explores a comprehensive solution to the plastic pollution under the campaign for a plastic future. The proposed solution: behavioral changes, waste management strategy, sustainable alternatives, and policy interventions to combat plastic pollution efficiently. The introduction of the paper is: plastic pollution has reached alarming levels with shocking consequences for marine life, terrestrial ecosystem, and human societies. As we know, the next one is understanding plastic pollution. This is the major part. This section provides an overview of plastic pollution, its sources for marine life, terrestrial ecosystem, and human societies. The first one is plastic pollution overview. Plastic pollution refers to the accumulation of plastic waste in the environment, particularly in ocean, rivers, lakes, and terrestrial ecosystem. In this section, the first one is single-use plastic. Sources of plastic pollution. The first one is single-use plastic. As we know, we all often see single-use items such as plastic bags, bottles, and food packaging contributes significantly to plastic uniform. And this is the reason of plastic pollution. These items are often used for a short period and then discarded, ending up landfills, water bodies, and litter. The second one is microplastic. Microplastic are teeny plastic particles measuring less than 5 millimeters in size. So they can either primary microplastics such as micro beads used in plastic care products. The third one is industrial processes. Industries that produce the use of plastic material contribute to plastic pollution through the release of plastic pellets known as nurdles into water bodies. Collection lake, recycling infrastructure, and informal waste disposal contribute the accumulation of plastic waste in the environment. The last one is plastic poor waste management. Inadequate waste management system, particularly in developing countries, result in the significant plastic pollution, insufficient collection, lack of recycling infrastructure, and informal waste disposal contribute to the accumulation of the plastic waste in the environment. In this section, environmental impacts, urgency for action. What are the behavioral changes? This section, changing individuals' behavior is crucial in reducing plastic pollution. This section discusses importance of education and the awareness to promote sustainable practices such as reducing, reusing, and recycling plastic items. It also emphasizes the significance of the responsible consumption and the adoption of the eco-friendly alternatives. Monitoring and evaluation. As we know, regular monitoring and evaluation are necessary to assess effectiveness and implement measures and identify areas of improvement. This section highlights the importance of data collection, scientific research, and collaboration between stakeholders, and the measures of progress made reducing the plastic pollution. Waste management, this is the main part of my paper, waste management strategy. The first one is enhanced recycling infrastructure. Improving recycling infrastructure is a key waste management strategy to address plastic pollution. Second one is the waste to energy conversion. Waste to energy conversion technology often offer an alternative approach to managing plastic waste. This technology involves the conversion of non-recyclable recycled plastic waste into energy sources such as electricity or heat. Extended producer responsibility, that is EPR program. EPR programs hold the producer responsible for the entire life cycle of the products, including the management of the post-consumer waste. The third one is, the fourth one is source reduction and product design. Source, minimizing the generation of plastic waste at the source is crucial in waste management strategy. Product design plays a vital role in reducing environmental impact of plastic. The last one is promoting circular economy. Transiting to circular economy approach is essential in waste management strategy. This involves shifting a linear take, make, dispose model to system that emphasizes recycling, reuse, and resource efficiency. Implementing the initiative such as plastic recycling programs will take a chance. Conclusion of my paper: plastic pollution is a complex and urgent problem requiring a comprehensive solution. The campaign for a plastic-free future provides a framework for addressing this issue through behavioral changes, waste management strategies, sustainable alternatives, and policy interventions. By implementing this multi-layered approach, we can work towards a sustainable future free from the impacts of plastic pollution. These are the recommendations. To ensure the success of this campaign, it is recommended to focus on robust education and awareness program, establish strong waste management infrastructure. Because the short of time, these are the references which I have taken to prepare this paper. Thank you and namaste to all.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. So that was a wonderful presentation, and you came up with so many solutions also. So that was the greatest part of the presentation. And yes, of course, we, as I already said, we just don't need to talk about the problems, but we also need to come up with the solutions. And now I call upon the next speaker, Sumia ma'am from Malaysia. So please stop sharing the screen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Anjum. Okay, so I'm Sumia Yahaya from SK Batu Balai, Malaysia. Greetings to all. Happy World Environment Day. So allow me to share screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Okay, first of all, thank you IDYM Foundation for this opportunity. So happy World Environment Day. I'm very delighted to be together with all of you for these grand celebrations. And okay, so now let me start. Okay, for first, how does Malaysia solve plastic pollutions? Okay, according to Malaysia Kini News and View That Matters. Okay, the ministry aims to achieve a plastic recycling rate of an average of 25% for post-consumer plastic packaging by 2025. 100% recyclability of plastic packaging and 15% of average recycled contents by 2030 for plastic product and packaging. Okay, so now let's protect and save our Mother Earth. So we only took 3 simple steps: reduce, reuse, and recycle. So it's very simple. Reduce the amount of waste you produce. Second R, reuse item as much as you can before replacing them. And third, recycle item wherever possible. So everyone should know these 3 R. Okay, recycling in the home. Recycling use old product in new ways. Okay, reduce means to minimize the amount of waste we create. Reuse refer to using item more than once, and recycle means putting a product to a new use instead of throwing it away. So let us focus the first R, reduce. So the first R is all about creating less waste. Recycling all items helps to reduce waste sent to landfill. So before I proceed, let's think. How can we reduce the amount of waste we produce? Okay, here are some of the ways you can do. Buy, choose, and look. Buy only what you need. Choose product with less packaging and look for items that you can reuse. What are the solutions to reduce plastic waste? Okay, so we focus on how to reduce the plastic waste. First, say no to disposable plastic cutlery, plastic straws, and other single-use plastic. Second, avoid plastic that cannot be recycled if other alternatives exist. Third, avoid product with excess or unnecessary plastic packaging. And last, adopt a reusable item such as water bottles, shopping bags, keep cups, and travel cutlery. So now we move on to second R, reuse. Okay, the second R look at how we can use certain items again. Okay, for example, recycle or donate. Okay, let's think again. How can I reuse what I have? How can you reuse what you have? Okay, here are some ideas. We can reuse shoes. We can refill water bottle with water from home instead of buying a new one. We can update computer rather than throwing it out and getting a replacement. And we can also ditch plastic bag and choose a reusable, environmentally friendly bag instead. And let's move on to the third R. So please recycle. And the third R is recycle. The third R is about making sure that you separate items that can be recycled. Okay, meaning that they can be used for a new purpose. So these are the questions. Does Malaysia recycle plastic? Yes. Okay, overall, there are 7 types of plastic, but it is only practical to recycle them, about 3 types of them in Malaysia. Okay, the 3 categories are 1, PET, 2, HDPE, and 5, PP, which are 99% recyclable in Malaysia. And what about the rest? Okay, so the remaining types are more difficult to recycle due to the lack of supporting facilities in the country. So to know what is number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, and number 7, you can just Google. If I explain here, it's too long, okay? So let's think again. How can you recycle? How can I recycle the product that we use? Okay, so I left the question for all of you to answer. Let's be a change maker. Together we can save the world. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sumia, ma'am. That was really a very great presentation. And thank you for sharing your views with us, and especially as you talked about reduce, reuse, and recycle. And you also talked about how Malaysia is beating the plastic pollution. So that was really a great talk. And now I would like to invite another speaker, Dr. Gaurav Awasthi.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, IDYM. Thank you, Anjum ma'am, for giving me this platform to elaborate my thoughts on World Environment Day. Actually, the theme of World Environment Day this year is Solution to Plastic Pollution. How to control plastic pollution. The World Environment Day, it is esteemed in the year of 1972 by UN. And this year, UN has reported that 400 million of plastic produced every year. Half of them, and once has done 10% is recycled. And 19 to 23 million tons in rivers can found in rivers, in seas, and in lakes. So how to prevent that? How to prevent? There is only one solution, triple R method. Reduce, reuse, recycle. It's only one solution we can handle plastic pollution. Actually, in this year I have worked with FEE. FEE has given me a chance to elaborate my thoughts, to elaborate a research paper on how to control plastic pollution. I have given many solutions to control plastic solution to FEE. There is a ATM machine we can found on every station that Government of India has given. In that, you can throw a plastic bottle. A plastic bottle can throw on that, and in your Paytm, you can earn money. This is a good solution I have seen from Government of India. Yeah, that I have seen on railway station. We can use these kinds of many solutions to stop pollution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Awasthi, sir, for your presentation. And yes, as you were talking about the solutions to plastic pollution. So that was a great presentation once again. And thank you, sir, for joining and sharing your views with us. And I now invite another speaker, Ambassador Mannat Pankularneja, and I also hand over my session to my co-host Anita Kaul, ma'am. Yes, Mannat, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Okay, please continue. Yeah, and yes, Anita, ma'am, please take over the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Greetings of the day to all eminent speakers. Myself, Youth Ambassador Mannat Pankularneja. I'm 10 years old. I'm the youngest Speak Up champion, certified TED speaker, international storyteller, and published author. With profound respect, want to extend my sincere gratitude to IDYM and Ravi sir for making me part of World Environment Day 2023. It's indeed an honor and privilege to be here and discuss about solutions to plastic pollution under the campaign Beat Plastic Pollution. Let me start off with a meaningful quote of Marco Lambertini, Director General of WWF International, who once said, "Not only are plastics polluting our oceans and waterways and killing marine life, it's in all of us and we can't escape consuming plastics." We all know that growing plastic pollution is one of the major causes of environmental pollution. It is high time to beat plastic pollution for a better life on the earth. As this year, World Environment Day is also focusing on the need to beat plastic pollution. Plastic pollution has become a significant environmental concern that is affecting the planet. The proliferation of single-use plastics has led to the contamination of oceans, rivers, and landfills. The impact of plastic pollution on wildlife and marine life is devastating, and it is polluting our waterways, damaging ecosystems, and also affecting human health. Plastic pollution refers to the accumulation of plastic waste in the environment, which is created by human activities, including the use of single-use plastic, such as plastic bags, straws, and water bottles, which are discarded after one use. Let me share a few reasons through which plastic pollution is caused, such as the widespread use of single-use plastic, poor plastic waste management, and littering can harm marine life and ecosystems. The production and disposal of plastics have significant environmental impacts. The manufacturing of plastics involves the use of fossil fuels, which contributes to greenhouse gas emissions and global warming. Plastic waste is non-biodegradable, and which means it does not break down naturally and can take hundreds of years to decompose. Now let me talk about ways to beat plastic pollution. The most famous is RRR, reduce, reuse, Recycle plastic. To reduce plastic waste, it is important to minimize the use of single-use plastics and switch to more sustainable alternatives. Reusing plastics such as water bottles and containers can help reduce the amount of plastic waste that ends up in landfills and oceans. Recycling plastic waste is a crucial step in reducing plastic pollution, as it reduces the need to manufacture new plastic products. By following the 3 R's, we can all play a role in reducing plastic pollution and protecting our environment for the future generations. Raising awareness of the issue of plastic pollution is crucial in the fight against it. We can do this by sharing information about the impact of plastic pollution with our friends and family, and by encouraging others to take action. Governments and organizations can help reduce plastic pollution by implementing policies and regulations that limit the production and use of single-use plastics. By supporting these policies, we can encourage manufacturers and consumers to switch to more sustainable alternatives. Many organizations are working to tackle plastic pollution, and we can support their initiatives by donating money, volunteering our time, or participating in the campaigns and events. Community cleanups are an effective way to reduce plastic pollution in local environments. By organizing cleanups in beaches, parks, and other public areas, we can remove plastic waste from the environment and prevent it from entering the waterways. To beat plastic pollution, it is crucial to switch to sustainable alternatives to plastics. One such alternative is biodegradable plastics, which can decompose naturally without harming the environment. Other alternatives include reusable bags, containers, and utensils made from natural materials such as bamboo, glass, and metal. Another option is to use plant-based materials such as corn and starch to make plastics. Lastly, I would say plastic pollution is a global crisis that requires urgent action. The impact of plastic waste on the environment, marine life, and ecosystems is severe, and we all have a responsibility to take action to beat plastic pollution by reducing our consumption of single-use plastic, raising awareness, supporting initiatives, and choosing sustainable alternatives. We can all make a difference in the fight against plastic pollution. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Manna. Thank you for the wonderful talk. Yes, I would like to invite our next speaker who is present here amongst us. I would like to invite Dr. Patricia Gonde. Oh, sorry, I think she has left the meeting. So I invite Dr. Emmanuel from Malawi. And I once again invite my co-host Anita Kaul ma'am to take over the meeting. Yes, Dr. Emmanuel, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
very
Yes,
much.
sir. Please take it. Go ahead.
Thank you very
And yes, Anita
Thank
Kaul
you.
ma'am, please look after the session. I am online, but you can take over the session now.
Thank you so
very
much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you
Let
can go
me
ahead.
start
sir.
by. Let me start by thanking IDYM for giving me this opportunity so that we can today celebrate together when we are commemorating this day of Environment Day, whereby we as human beings, including other living organisms on Earth, we depend on the environment. We depend on what is surrounding us because they give us a lot of things. They give us the oxygen, they give us fresh air, they give us a lot, they give us food and all those things that are out there. So as we are commemorating this day today, we need also to consider that some of the food that we eat are given by the environment. Some of the oxygen that we use in daily life it's given by the environment. Now, when we are talking about the waste management, we are talking also today much on plastics. Let me just give the highlight, more especially in my country, Malawi, whereby it's one of the poorest countries in the world because it's the fourth poorest country in the world. whereby if you go to Malawi, you find that these plastics are everywhere. The government has tried to make sure that these plastics must be stopped being produced by the companies in Malawi. But unfortunately, I can see as I go to the market, as I go to the ShopLite, as I go to other malls and other areas where other markets, you find that they are still using these plastic bags, which are very harmful to the living organisms. Now, if you go to the lake, we have got Lake Malawi, which is a freshwater lake, but you
Dr. Emmanuel, your voice is cracking. We are not able to hear you.
To take all the plastics together and then recycle them. But it's very unfortunate because what we are seeing now is that the plastics are damaging the environment. The plastics are there to make sure that they are producing a number of unwanted air that can also harm the human beings. Now, with an idea that maybe we can fight this, we have also embarked on a project whereby we are now starting to plant bamboos. These bamboos try or help in decarbonating so that they can help in absorbing the carbon that is being produced by all these plastics, which are being thrown everywhere in our countries, more especially here in Africa. So we have also embarked on the project whereby we are trying to convince the policymakers, more especially the government itself, so that they can come up with a law whereby these companies that are producing these plastic bags, they should come up with another alternative. They should find other ways of having these bags. They should not be the ones that they are producing now. They should be the ones that if they are being buried in the soil, they can easily rotten. They can easily get rotten, rather than the ones that they are producing right now, because they can take years and years for them to get rotten. And as the result, even the production of crops will not be there. We cannot produce crops while a lot of plastics are in the soil because they are contributing negatively to the growth of the crops. Now, what we are seeing is that we should come together and try to convince the policymakers so that they should work on the companies that are producing these plastics. They should minimize the production of these plastics and make sure that they have come up with another alternative so that we should not use these plastics, because in the 10 years coming, I think this will be a very, very risky thing to the human beings, as they are producing a lot of harmful air that can destroy human beings on Earth. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I just to say that let's join hands and stop the production of these plastics. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Enmal. Really, we have to take an initiative, otherwise we are going to suffer in future. That's very much true. And we know you have taken, that's a great initiative to just make sure that we are giving a particular support to the environment by using the different way. And the bamboo is, of course, it is really a great option to just control that particular pollution, which is going to be there due to the plastic. Agree, 100% agree, sir. And hope it will be taken by the others also. Thank you so much being here today. Thank you so much. So the next speaker with us is Maya. Are you here, ma'am? She is there been for so long. So I need to welcome Maya, ma'am. Are you there?
Hello, ma'am. Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No.
Can you
Hello?
please unmute your mic, ma'am?
Hello, ma'am. Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to Maya, ma'am. Is
okay.
It is Mia or Maya? I can call it again. It's Mia or Maya, ma'am. Yeah, it's you.
Maya ma'am is there, ma'am. Maya ma'am is there.
Yeah, it's Maya. Maya, ma'am, I'm talking to you. It's your turn. Am I audible?
Do you speak about me? Excuse me. I am Maya too.
Yes. Yes.
I'm
yes,
Maya
yes.
from Georgia. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Greetings from Georgia. It's me, Maya, a teacher tutor. Thank you for the invitation. It's great honor for me. Today I am before you to emphasize the urgent need to save nature for the sake of future generations. Our planet is facing unprecedented challenges from climate change and deforestation to pollution and the loss of biodiversity. If we do not take immediate action, we risk leaving behind a depleted and degraded nature for our children and grandchildren. Nature is not a limitless resource, we must know this. It provides us with clean air, fresh water, and fertile soil to grow our food. It is a source of countless medicines, materials, and inspiration for human progress. However, our actions have put immense pressure on these natural systems, pushing them to their limits. Nowadays, we are witnessing the devastating consequences of human actions on the environment. And now I remember one Cree proverb. When the last tree has been cut, the last fish caught, and the last river poisoned, then we will realize that we can't eat money. To my mind, these words are more relevant in today's reality. So each and every one of us has a role to play in this crucial endeavor. We all know that forests act as the lungs of our planet, absorbing carbon dioxide and producing oxygen. They are home to a remarkable array of plants, animals, and microorganisms that contribute to the delicate balance of our ecosystems. However, rampant deforestation for agricultural expansion, logging, and urbanization is destroying these invaluable habitats at an alarming rate. If we do not act decisively, we risk losing countless species and disrupting the intricate web of life that sustains us all. Pollution is yet another major threat. Plastic waste, chemical pollutants, and toxic emissions are poisoning our ecosystems, threatening the biodiversity upon which we rely. Our future generations deserve a world free from the burden of pollution, where clean and safe environments nurture their well-being. So what can we do to save nature for future generations? It starts with acknowledging our individual and collective responsibility. Each one of us must make conscious choices to reduce our ecological footprints. We can conserve energy, water, and resources in our daily lives, support sustainable practices and businesses. Education is crucial in this endeavor. We must raise awareness about the importance of nature and its preservation. By educating our children about the wonders of the natural world, we instill in them a sense of stewardship and empower them to become agents of positive changes. We must foster a deep connection with nature, spending time outdoors, appreciating the beauty and intricacy of our natural surroundings helps to foster a sense of wonder and reverence for the planet. Through this connection, we find a motivation and inspiration to protect and preserve the world around us. Now I want to say a few words about my country, Georgia. In Georgia, several actions are being taken to nurture nature for future generations, and these actions include: the government is working to expand the network of protected areas, creating new natural parks and nature reserves. This ensures the preservation of diverse ecosystems and habitats for future generations. Efforts are underway to restore and expand forests covered through reforestation projects. This involves planting trees in deforested or degraded areas to restore ecosystem services and enhance biodiversity. I also want to say a few words about the capital city, Tbilisi. This is a place where I live, and I see with my own eyes what has been done and what is going to be done. Various initiatives are undertaken for nurturing nature. The city focuses on creating and maintaining green spaces such as parks, gardens, and tree-lined streets to enhance the overall environmental quality and provide areas for recreation and relaxation. In conclusion, the preservation of nature is not merely an option. It is our moral duty. We are responsible for protecting the wonders of natural world for future generations. Let us come together, transcend borders and differences, and work hand in hand to restore and conserve nature. By doing so, we secure a sustainable and prosperous future for ourselves and all living beings on this beautiful planet we call home. Thank you for your attention to all the speakers and listeners. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Maya. It was very nice listening to you about even for the initiative taken for to preserve the environment. That's very great initiative to be taken. Of course, we are answerable to the next generation. So we have to take the initiatives to preserve our environment. So very nice to listen about this. And the initiative taken by your country is like very nice. So we have to learn from that also that we have to take initiative in advance. Nice listening to you. Thank you so much for being here. So next we have with us Hardinya Devi. You are the next speaker for the day. You can unmute yourself, dear Hardinya.
Okay, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. First of all, thank you and congratulations to our organizer, IDYM, for organizing this big event, and our incredible host for today, Dr. Anjum, and also Anita Coleman. It's really wonderful to see both of you because we have so many speakers. And today with great honor and excitement, as we gather here together to celebrate World Environment Day, I think we come together with a team pre-select proposed under the theme solution to plastic pollution, like echoing our unwavering commitment to beat plastic pollution. So before I start my speech, I'd like to extend congratulations to all educators that involve their students to take action to save our planet. Because I have heard and seen amazing presentation from previous speakers, and it's really amazing that, they get involved by really action that we need to save our planet. I know we have so many speakers, so I will try to make less than 10 minutes. So we know that plastic pollution has reached a critical level, like threatening the very ecosystem that sustain us, like our ocean are choking, wildlife is suffering, and even our delicate balance with nature is at stake. But let me assure you that the power to turn the tide rests in our hands. We are not here today to dwell on the magnitude of the problem, but I think rather to focus on the solution, the innovative and actionable steps that we can take to combat plastic pollution, like the previous speakers already tried to implement with their students. So it's time to unleash our collective creativity, intelligence, and determination to create a lasting impact. And from my side, firstly, I think let us recognize the importance of reducing our plastic consumption by making conscious choices in our daily lives, like refusing single-use plastic items, embracing reusable alternative, and also even supporting businesses that prioritize sustainability so we can significantly reduce the plastic footprint that we leave behind. And secondly, I think we must amplify the efforts to recycle and responsibly manage the plastic waste, because effective recycling system, like coupled with increased awareness and education, can ensure that plastic are given a second life, rather than ending up landfills or polluting our oceans. So let us work together to develop efficient recycling infrastructure and support initiatives that promote a circular economy. And thirdly, we also must drive innovation and support the development of sustainable alternatives to single-use plastic. It's really nice to see Nirmala presentation about the invitation and also the innovation with the students. They use the plastic bag, and they try to many innovation. And I think it's really great that she tried to teach since the early age, so they can implement it later in their adulthood. So we know that the world is brimming with brilliant minds, like capable of finding viable solutions through research, investment, and collaboration. So we can encourage the emergence of eco-friendly materials like packaging and products that will help us break free from the grip of plastic solution. And furthermore, we know that education and awareness play a vital role in transforming behaviors and fostering a sense of environmental responsibility. So by empowering individuals, especially our young generation, communities, and the future generation in all stages, the knowledge about the consequences of plastic pollution, I think we can ignite a global movement toward more sustainable practice. And lastly, let us remember, like, the power of collective action. So we are together really become unstoppable force to change. So by partnering with governments, NGOs, businesses, and even communities, we can create comprehensive strategies and policies that address plastic pollution from its source to its disposal. Because when from mouth to mouth, I think people can get more encouragement to do the same thing. Like, okay, this one school tried to implement eco-friendly system, and the other school or the other students from the different school might see or even excited about the experiments. So it's really interesting to work in the community where we have the same goals. And today, as we celebrate the World Environment Day, I think we have to pledge to rise above our differences and come together for the sake of our planet. So we need to embrace the campaign Beat Plastic Pollution as the theme for this year, as rallying cry to transform our relationship with plastic and create healthier, cleaner, and more sustainable world. So the solution to plastic pollution are within our reach, because each one of us has the power to make a difference, right? To inspire change and to be a catalyst for a better future. So let us take action today, not only for ourselves, but for generations yet to come. So thank you, and let us march forward on this journey to beat plastic pollution and secure a thriving planet for all, especially for our young generation. Thank you. I'm giving back to Anita Coleman.
Thank you, Hadinia. It's really wonderful. You have set up very particular things related to your presentation today. Is like we have to balance, and we need to balance it like that. We have to take care of the pollution which is actually going on there, and we have to forget about the community which we belong. We have to forget about the country which we belong. We have to get together to take a pledge and to save our environment. It's not like that we have to just take this mine, it's not mine. This is like the problem with other country or other community or other. No, we have to be together to save our nation, to save our country, to save our world. That's very important. So thank you so much. It's so nice to listen to you. So next we have Malaysia. Are you there, ma'am? Malaysia, ma'am, are you there? Malaysia, ma'am, she was there only, right?
Melissa?
Yeah, Melissa, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Now the mic is yours. Ready to listen viewpoints regarding the environment from you.
Okay. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, sure. You can.
Okay, give me 1 minute. 1 second.
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
I'm sharing. This is my presentation. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very honored for inviting me in this important session about the solutions to plastic pollution. Plastic pollution has become one of the most pressing environmental issues as a rapidly increasing production of disposable plastic products overwhelms the world's ability to deal with them. Plastic pollution is most visible in developing Asian and African nations, where garbage collection systems are often inefficient or non-existent, but developed the world, especially in countries with low recycling rates, also trouble properly collecting discarded plastics. Plastic trash has become so ubiquitous, it has prompted efforts to write a global treaty negotiated by the United Nations. How did it happen? Plastics made from fossil fuels are just over a century old. Production and development of thousands of new plastic products accelerated after World War II, so transforming the modern age that life without plastics would be unrecognizable today. Plastics revolutionized medicine with the life-saving devices, made space travel possible, lightened cars and jets, saving fuel and pollution, and saved the lives with helmets, incubators, and equipment for clean drinking water. The convenience plastics offer, however, led to a throwaway culture that reveals the material's dark side. Today, single-use plastics account for 40% of the plastic produced every year. Many of wrappers, such as plastic bags and food, have a lifespan of mere minutes to hours, yet that they may persist in the environment for hundreds of years. The United Nations has named the plastic pollution the most dangerous of all. The effects are capable of causing irreversible damage to the planet, with the consequence of plastic pollution. The pollution issue is a current topic that we can no longer overlook. The responsibility relies with each of us. One of the main problems to be solved falls on local communities and governments, which are unable to organize a separate waste collection. Population manage 28% of the waste material very badly, but it is above all the companies that pollute the most. Almost 40 million plastics are dumped into the Mediterranean Sea every year by industries, along with other water pollutants. Companies do not invest in the management of waste that produce and use only virgin plastics, because the production process costs less. Most of the plastic trash in the oceans has the last sink flow from land. Trash is also carried to the sea by major rivers, which act as a conveyor's belt, picking up more and more trash as they move downstream. Once at sea, much of the plastic trash remains in coastal waters, but once cooked up in ocean currents, it can be transported around the world. On the Anderson Island, an inhabited atoll in the Pitcairn Group, isolated halfway between Chile and New Zealand, scientists found plastic items from Russia, the United States, Europe, South America, Japan, and China. They were carried to the South Pacific by the South Pacific Gyre, a circular ocean current. Millions of animals are killed by plastic every year, and from birds to fish to other marine organisms, nearly 700 species, including endangered ones, are known to have been affected by plastics. Nearly every species of seabird eat plastics. And the responsibility also falls on tourists and citizens. In the Mediterranean basin, in countries such as Italy, France, and Turkey, about 24 million tons of plastic are left in the sea by residents and tourists, without a separate collection being carried out correctly. Plastic and in the environment, the consequence of pollution. Reducing waste in the environment is essential if we want to preserve the life of ecosystems and reduce pollution. And marine pollution is harmful to both humans and wildlife. Every day, thousands of sea turtles, birds, and other animals that live in the oceans suffocate from plastic bags. Not to mention when marine organisms get trapped in abandoned fishing gear. Furthermore, microplastics produced by the deterioration of manufactured goods enter the food chain. In the food we eat, there are traces of microplastics, now present in almost all fish, mussels, and crabs. What is the plastic that generates the most pollution? Our ecosystem is polluted, but which plastic materials pollute the most? Various researchers have discovered that it is polyethylene bags, the classic shopping bags, that cause the greatest damage to the environment. Next come the plastic bottles. Bags and bottles remain the ecosystem for hundreds of years. Their composition takes centuries, according to research by the University of Plymouth in the UK. However, there are different types of plastics. Each one decomposes in different ways using different times. A grocery bag has an average use of about 12 minutes and takes 500 years to completely disintegrate. If it ends up in the sea, it can be ingested by a turtle, which easily mistakes it for a yellowfish. According to an estimate by the WWF, more than 500,000 tons of plastics are dumped into the Mediterranean Sea every year, at the equivalent of about 3,300 bottles for minutes. That's not all. In the same period of the time, the equivalent of an entire truckload of polluting plastic ends up in the ocean. The risk is that by 2050, the waters and seabed will contain more plastics than fish. This is exactly why I want to give you 5 tips on how to reduce plastic pollution. Small individual actions can really make a difference. To understand how to combat this type of pollution, we need to know our enemy. Plastics are many and different from each other. While all are bad for the environment, some are more harmful than others. But why is plastic so polluting? The answer is simple. Thanks to numerous researches and publications, it is now known that plastic takes several centuries to decompose. This means that improperly disposed of plastic products remain within the ecosystem for hundreds of years, causing immense environmental damage. Each polymer takes a different amount of time to completely disintegrate, which is why it is possible to distinguish between more and less polluting plastics. Among the most harmful plastics, there are polyethylene shopping bags, plastic bottles, and disposable plastic in general, plates, glasses, straws, etc. As you can understand, the most polluting plastic comes from everyday objects that have a very low average usage time. These products, in addition to being polluting, represent great risks to the health of humans and wildlife, especially marine fauna. There are many cases in which turtles have eaten shopping bags, mistaking them for real fish, and suffocated or have remained stuck in plastic packaging. To prevent other problems, we must start changing our habits, starting from small daily gestures. So here are 5 practical tips on how to reduce the use of plastic in our daily life. And the first is to avoid using a disposable plastic. Secondly, don't pollute by abandoning your waste. Thirdly, separate and recycle. Buy bulk products and sustainable brands, and then raise awareness. First, avoid using a disposable plastic. Let's start with something trivial and perhaps obvious, but essential to start preserving our ecosystem. Stop using disposable products. How simple? Use reusable grocery bags, whether they are made of fabric, canvas, and any other material. As we have seen, polyethylene bags are among the major causes of environmental pollution. Opt for reusable water bottles rather than plastic ones. A beautiful and ecological solution that helps to counteract the enormous dispersion of water bottles in the seas. Do not use disposable plastic straws, plates, cutlery, and cups. Instead, use those made from alternative materials, such as paper, glass, or stainless steel. Don't pollute by abandoning your waste. Whatever you do or wherever you go, always be extra careful not to leave your trash lying around. If you plan to have a picnic or a trip out of town, bring in waste containers in case there are no trash cans nearby. This practice helps reduce the outflow of polluting plastic into the oceans. You can combine it with healthy ecological walks to collect litter left on the beach or in nature by other people. Separate and recycle. Proper separation of recyclable materials is essential. Anything that is not properly sorted or is not recyclable is very likely to end up polluting our oceans. To avoid making mistakes, follow the instructions of your municipality for separate collection. If you can't help but use plastic products, opt for recyclable and recyclable items. Buy bulk products and sustainable brands, preferring to buy products in bulk, including cereals or detergents on tap and paper wrappers, is a great way to reduce the use of plastic packaging that is often difficult to recycle. Furthermore, choosing products from sustainable and reliable brands able to guarantee good quality and low environmental impact is the ideal choice. Once you adopt these new habits, work on raising awareness among your friends and family by inviting them to do the same. If everyone made an effort to limit plastic consumption and adopt alternative and sustainable solutions, we would certainly live on a better planet. Let's all spread these 5 good practices together and fight together to protect the environment. How to reduce pollution and the use of pollution plastics? My conclusion is sustainability is an increasingly important issue for our survival and for the entire planet. Each of us is in its own way responsible for what happens every day. It is precisely for this reason that we must commit ourselves to changing our habits to make our lives as sustainable as possible. My speech is ending. I want to thank you for listening to me, and I want to thank IDEAM company for inviting me to this important session, really important topic.
Thank you so much, Melissa. It was really nice listening to you, and you have segregated and given the tips, 5 tips that is going to reduce the plastic pollution. Of course, we need to practice those particular tips, and these are not the tips only for you that you are just like implementing. This is for everyone. Like, we have to take care of all the things that we have to avoid. The plastics, we have to just make sure we are going to be there for the zero wastage, and we don't have to just get them in the bulk. That's also, and separate. That's the main important part where we are actually lagging and where we are actually harming the environment is the segregation part. So we should be well educated related to the segregation part of the plastic and that particular any material which is actually affecting the environment. I really like, and of course, raising the awareness as the most important part. That is why we are just conducting these particular seminars to just create the awareness among throughout the world. Actually, we are just giving this information to the world that we have to be just get ready for all these things because we are answerable to the future generation. So thank you so much for highlighting these tips. Thank you. We have our next speaker for the day. Just a minute is we have Suman TV VM. May I have you on the? Yes. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, madam.
Yes, you can just proceed with your presentation.
I will already so many speakers told so many things. I want to just add some things, and I don't take more time also, and because others also can speak. And first of all, I want to give this opportunity for Dinu madam for this opportunity. She has shared me the link. And on the occasion of 45th World Environment Day, the theme for 2023 is beat the pollution, plastic pollution. So many things are happening and everybody knows solutions and everything, but sad part is we are humans forgetting our roots and our ancestors living, and at that time they don't know about plastic and they live their life very happily. And but nowadays we are so much greedy, or want to try so many things, or so many names, biodegradable, so many names in market. Somebody telling single-use plastic, so many names, all are confusion. And but we should go back to our roots, and that is the ultimate solution. And we should change our mindset and everybody must become conscious of what we are using or what is the background behind the material and everything. That is the biggest challenge, and that is the permanent solution, I think so. It will, we can achieve maximum 80% of the solution with these things. Balance is technology is growing and everything. That is also needed, but this is the permanent solution, I think so. Thank you.
Yes, agree, sir. That's very true. Agree. That means we have to take the initiative. We don't have to just talk about the problem. We have to just make sure that we are implementing such particular problems. That's very true. So that's why actually we just we are here today only because we want to listen from everyone. The initiatives taken in their own countries, the initiative taken by themselves, taken by the individuals. So it's going to motivate the others. So that's why these particular conferences are there, these particular seminars are there, these particular webinars are there. So we are getting the solutions from one and another. So we are really thankful that everyone is having a particular very good way to take it over and make sure that everyone's motto is like we have to just save the next generation. We have to save our planet. So I think motto is all this.
And also one thing I want to add, blaming government or any other bodies is not a solution, because in India, if you take example, the June 6th, 2022, they introduced single-use plastic ban, but they have done their part. But how it is being done or implemented, or how the people are responding, that is the biggest challenge. We should not blame government or officials, or they have done their part, and as a law they have brought the things on the table. It is our citizens, we have to use it, and
we have to take it ahead, sir. Of course, sir. We have to take it ahead. Government has played their role, and now it is a citizen and an individual to just take it out. So
yes, sir.
Agree, 100%.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Mann. It was very nice listening to you. Now we have our next speaker. Just a minute. We have the Joshua Bow for the next speaker. Yes. Can we have the Joshua Bow for the next speaker? Next speaker can be here. Are you able to hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. I'm able to hear you. Yes, Joshua, you can just proceed. Mic is yours.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much for this great opportunity. Yeah. I am Joshua Melchizedek Bawo from Bo City, Republic of Sierra Leone. So I bring greetings to you all from Sierra Leone. Yeah, we're talking about World Environment Day, and our theme, which is solutions to plastic pollution, under the campaign Beat Plastic Pollution. Now, before proceeding further, let's see environmental studies. It's a multidisciplinary academic field which systematically studies human interaction with the environment. So environmental studies can
Joshua, we are not able to hear you. There is some network issue. There's some network issue. We are not able to hear you.
Suppose from
any other facing the same? Is anyone able to hear?
The physical
Not able to hear, ma'am.
Joshua, we are not able to hear you. Can you rejoin again? There's a network problem, I think, from your end.
Hello, sister. He is trying to solve the problem. So please give him his time. He is trying to solve the problem. Don't worry.
Okay.
He will return.
Okay. We can
Thank
just
you.
wait.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Iman.
Most welcome, Dr. Anita. Most welcome. It's my pleasure. He is returning.
Okay.
Don't.
I'll just wait for a minute for him. So I will just
Yes.
make ready the next.
He joined
speaker.
us again. He rejoined. Now he is rejoining us. Yes.
Hello. Can you hear me now? Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to every one of you. I am Joshua Melchizedek Bawo. I'm the founder and president for the Melchizedek Foundation for Peace and Human Rights, Sierra Leone. Well, I'm so excited, so glad to be part of today's presentation organized by Ignited Dreams of Young Minds Foundation, which is the IDYM. And I also represent them here in Sierra Leone as the country director. So I want to say thanks to the team worldwide. Now we talk about our environment. Environment Day to each and every one of us online and everywhere in the world. As I was saying, that environmental studies is a multidisciplinary academic field which systematically studies human interaction with the environment. And when we talk about the environmental studies, which connect principles from the physical sciences, economics, humanities, and social sciences to address complex contemporary environmental issues. Now, let's look at the origin of its celebration, that's the World Environment Day. And the United Nations General Assembly introduced World Environment Day in 1972. This day came into existence at the beginning of the Stockholm Conference on Human Environment. And the UN designated June the 5th as World Environment Day, marking the first day of the Stockholm Conference on the Human Rights Environment. Also, let's look at the challenges in protecting the environment. Because of time, I have to look at a few things. The highlights. We look at the environment protection legislation is often inadequate and poorly implemented in developing countries. Also, this study examines the adequacy of environment protection legislation for infrastructure projects in developing countries. Also, the last one, the study argues that environment protection legislation is fairly adequacy, but with adequacies in its implementation. So let's quickly look at some of the key issues that is challenging environmental protections. Some of these things are our environment faces several challenges or problems, and many of these seem to be worsening with time, bringing us into a time of a true environmental crisis. Yeah, and it is also therefore becoming increasingly important to raise awareness of the existence of these issues, as well as what can be done to reduce the negative impact. Some of the key issues are, let's look at them. Number one, we say the pollution of the air, water, and soil caused by toxins such as plastics, heavy metals, and nitrates, caused by factors such as particles and gases released by factories, combustion of fossil fuels, acid rain, oil spill, and industrial waste. Number two, we see the global warming. The emission greenhouse gases due to human activity causes global warming, which in turn causes an increase in temperature that then leads to rising sea levels, melting of polar ice caps, flash floods, and desertification. Also, number three, overpopulation. You know, we are facing a shortage of resources such as food, water, and fuel. So, to sustain the rising global population, popularly in developing countries. You know, in the last 10 years, we see an increase in birth, especially in the underdeveloping nations. A lot of people are giving birth unnecessarily. So this is causing also problems to the government, because these people being born in the communities, you know, their lack of so many amenities. What they will do is to engage in serious problems that will create problems or unrest in the environment by joining gangs, joining bad friends, doing so many other bad things that create problems within the environment, and even throwing waste materials in the sea, in the rivers, in the lakes, or even filtering the community as well. Now let's look at the waste disposal problems in the world and the environmental problems that we have to look at. More emphasis is to be laid on another huge problem in Africa and Sierra Leone to precise, and even the world at large. So an excessive amount of waste is produced and dumped in the oceans. Even the nuclear waste is particularly dangerous, as well as plastics and electronic waste, which is also creating another problem to the environment. Number five, we look at the ocean acidification. You know, the increase in the production of carbon dioxide by humans cause the ocean acidity to rise, which has a negative impact on many lives. Also, let's look at the loss of biodiversity. You know, species of Africans are becoming extinct, that are imbalanced in natural processes like pollination and pulses effect to ecosystem or coral reef destruction, particularly. Also, we look at forestation. A lot of trees in order to make space for residential, industrial, or commercial products. The more okay.
Once again, actually, your voice is cracking. Joshua, Mr. Joshua, your voice is again cracking.
In the network, yeah. So, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So as I'm talking about the deforestation, deforestation is creating a lot of problems in our community. So the more we cut down trees, the more we expose the environment to danger. So when we uproot one stick to protect our mother earth, we need to plant more of 5 trees that we grow to replace the one we have already destroyed. Also, we look at the ozone layer, which is also another bigger problem causing environmental hazard in our society. Pollution caused by chlorofluorocarbons in the air, it creates a hole in the ozone layer. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
We are able to hear you.
We protect the earth from harmful radiation the ozone layer is the protection for the earth. It directly protects the path ray of the sun that will not heat the earth. But once these industries, these factories are using heavy duty machines, you know, the carbon dioxide or the carbon monoxide which is released from the exhaust pipe from this the heavy duty machine, it goes directly into the air and it of the ozone layer. And we see a gas change.
So Joshua, now,
in climate
now
drastic
I
change.
think you're having a network issue. I think you're having a network issue. Is again not able to hear properly.
So let me just summarize everything.
Yes.
Okay. Now we come to this. Yeah, we come.
Not able to
Not,
hear.
not able to connect. I think Mr. Joshua Bau, we just conclude your viewpoint. Yes, of course, we have to take care of the environment as a whole, whether that is a soil, air, or water. We have to take care of everything. We have to make sure that we need to be very careful about the preserving these particular natural resources. Of course, we are bound. Of course, we are there as a citizen, as a person, as an individual, and we have to take care of all these things. So it's not only just talking about the plastic or talking about the pollution caused by the plastic. There are the other things which also cause the damage to the nature. So of course, they are here. Thank you so much, Joshua Bau, for being here. Of course, there was some network issue, and we were not able to listen you properly. I will get back to you once your network is connected. So next, Joshua is not able to hear you. So your voice is cracking a lot. So I think all the audience here are not able to hear you. I think everyone is agreed with me, right? Agreeing, all of you. So let us just connect with your network if you are able to just.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, the network now.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now we have the next caller as Suraya Banu, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. This is Professor Dr. Suraya from Vilayanagar, Chhattisgarh, India. Today the topic is Environmental Day. As United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, everyone needs to raise their voices to demand that leaders make peace with nature. According to the United Nations chief, everyone needs to do their part in protecting the planet. World Environmental Day is celebrated every year on 5th June to create awareness and encourage efforts to protect the environment. This year, the theme is Solution to Plastic Pollution. In 1972, the United Nations General Assembly designated 5 June as a World Environmental Day. First celebration under the slogan Only One Earth took place in 1973. India hosted the World Environment Day in 2018. Theme was Beat Plastic Pollution. As Mahatma Gandhi said, the good man is the friend of all living things. To forget how to dig the earth and to tend the soil is to forget ourselves. Now I want to focus some points we can do to help protect the earth. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. Cut down on what you throw away. Volunteer, educate, conserve water, choose sustainable, shop wisely, use long-lasting light bulbs, plant a tree. Life is only possible on Earth It provides all the natural resources. Due to many reasons, the earth is in danger. We can save the earth by saving natural resources. In the words of Albert Einstein, joy is looking and comprehending is nature's most beautiful gift. And he also said, look deep into nature and then you will understand everything's better. Now, the ways to save the environment is recycle. Don't use electric appliances if you can do it by hand. Use cold water in the washer. Reuse brown paper bags to line your trash can. Reuse bread bags and produce bags. Store food in reusable containers. Return hangers to the dry cleaners. Donate unwanted goods. Drive the speed limit. Or some other tips. As Ralph Waldo Emerson said, nature never hurries. Atom by atom, little by little, she achieves her work. The lesson one learns from aging or planting is the manners of nature. Patient with the delays of wind and sun, delays of the season, bad weathers, access or lack of water. Protecting our environment is the foundation for sustaining our planet, community, and economy. Our environment supports and houses our ecosystems, allowing them to grow and thrive. If we fail to protect our environment, we will put the lives of humans, animals, plants, and more at risk. Reducing pollutions as commute smart by walking or riding to walk on the shores instead of driving. Choose a fuel efficient vehicle next time you are replacing your car. As save energy, buy energy efficient appliances. As Mother Teresa said, I only feel angry when I see waste, when I see people throwing away things we could use. Our environment is what houses and helps our ecosystem grow and thrive. Without protecting and taking care of our environment, we are putting so many lives at danger, such as animal, plants, crops, and even our own. All the ecosystem that make up our environment are deeply connected. In the words of Lady Bird Johnson, the environment is where we all meet, where we all have a mutual interest. It is the one thing all of us share. Then the question arises, why should we recycle? More and more people recycle every day. This helps to reduce the need for landfill and more costly from the disposable. Recycling also reduces the need for extracting, refining, and processing raw materials, all of which creates substantial air and water pollution. In the words of John Ruskin, nature is painting for us, day after day, pictures of infinite beauty. Here are some tips to recycle plastic materials. Collection of waste plastic, sorting of plastic into categories, washing to remove impurities, shredding and recycling, identification and separation of plastic, the last is recompounding. India recycles only 3 types of thermoplastic, HDPE, PET, and PVC. In financial year 2020, Maharashtra generated the largest amount of plastic waste in India at 4,43,724 metric ton. In the words of Winston Churchill, solitary trees, if they grow at all, grow strong. Now I conclude, environmental conservation is crucial for the health and well-being of both humans and natural world. It involves protecting and preserving the natural environment and its resources for the benefit of the current and future generation. The condition for our environment is getting declined day by day because of the pollution and global warming. We should celebrate and promote eco-friendly development in our country in order to save the environment for better future. We are now aware of our environment, environmental issues, and way by which we can initiate to our environment. All of us must take a place to save the environment so that our kids can live a healthy and peaceful life in the future. Now I end my speech with the words said by United Nations former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. Changing public perceptions to climate changes is the key challenge facing the planet. You made climate change one of the top priorities for the United Nations. Could you tell us how you were able to make that possible and the challenges you face? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving me a beautiful opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Surya Banu, ma'am. It was really nice hearing you. Yes, of course, we have to be there for this particular petition. We have to be there for the world. We have to just make sure that we are going to raise this particular issue and we are going to give the solutions to this particular issue. And the solutions are, of course, we need to just take care of the environment by carpooling, just going together, by saying that if I am having the use of that particular thing or not. So it is also going to just protect the environment in so many ways. Of course, this is really, I really agree with you, 100% agree with you. Thank you so much for being here today, Dr. Surya Banu. Next, we have Dr. Reti Rauto, ma'am. Can we have you, ma'am? Hi, ma'am. Good evening.
Namaste. Good evening. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Anita Kaur, Dr. P.K. Rajput sir, IDYM Ravi Shankar Kumar sir, for this prestigious event. Good evening to all of you. My sincere gratitude to the Ravi sir also for consistently appreciating my small efforts. I'm Dr. Reti Ramra Rautra, Assistant Professor, Srinagar Institute of Business Administration and Research, Pune. I am from Pune, Maharashtra, India. Go Green is a popular phrase that inspires individuals to accept environmentally friendly practices and make sustainable choices. So it also promotes taking actions that are beneficial for the environment. And plastic is causing havoc on our world. So causing immense harm that extends far beyond what meets the eye. So its widespread use and the disposal have created a global crisis that demands our immediate attention. Be a part of the solution, not the pollution. So it's a crisis that demands our immediate attention and concentrated efforts. So responsible waste management is the key. And education and awareness are essential components of the solution. So please take the time to educate yourself and others about the impacts of plastic pollution. Yes, of course, small actions can create a ripple effort that leads to significant change. And plastic pollution is definitely harmful to our environment, wildlife, and human health too. And burning plastic waste releases toxic chemicals into the air and contributing to air pollution and potential respiratory problems. So plastic pollution knows no borders and affects communities worldwide. So it's a global problem and that requires a global solution. So let us act now to restore balance, protect our environment, and secure a healthier, more sustainable world for all. So recycling alone is not the answer. The choice is ours. We all have a role to play. Each one of us can make a difference through our everyday choices by bringing our own bags, bottles, and containers, and we can reduce the demand for the single-use plastics. So individuals can contribute to the Go Green movement. Every single day, millions of tons of plastic waste are produced, with only a fraction being recycled and properly disposed of. Plastic pollution is a global environment challenge now. So less plastic, more planet. So plastic has become an integral part of our lives, but its improper disposal and irresponsible use have lead to disastrous consequences for our environment and our ecosystems. So it's time for us to take action and find sustainable solutions to combat plastic pollution. But it's not enough to merely reduce our plastic consumption. We must also improve our recycling systems. So educating the public on proper recycling practices is equally important. So let's bring borders and unite in our commitment to reduce the plastic waste, protect our shared ecosystems, and ensure the well-being of present and future generations. Together, we can make a difference. Above all, let us cultivate a mindset of responsibility and stewardship towards our planet too. And each of us has a role to play in safeguarding the environment for future generations. So embrace a lifestyle that prioritizes the sustainability and the conscious consumer choices. So together we can build a future free from the shackles of plastic pollutions. So responsible waste management is another critical aspect of addressing the plastic pollution. And we must implement proper waste management systems to prevent the plastic waste from entering our precious waterways and the natural habitats. So we can incentivize companies to use the sustainable materials, support recycling efforts, and take responsibility for the environmental impact of their products too. So we must also support and promote plastic-free initiatives. So let's collaborate with organizations that advocate for plastic-free lifestyles and events during or driving the movements towards a cleaner and greener future. So raising awareness and educating the public about the harmful effects of plastic pollution is the paramount, and investing in research and development of alternative materials to plastic, so as bio-based options and biodegradable polymers can lead us towards a more sustainable future. So strong policies and legislation are crucial in the fight against the plastic solution. So in conclusion, the problem of plastic solution requires immediate action and collective responsibilities. So by reducing our reliance on single-use plastic, improving the recycling systems, so the time to act is now. So let us unite and work towards a world where plastic pollution is but a distant memory. So together we can restore the health and beauty of our planet and ensure a sustainable future for all. Lastly, please remember that collective action is more effective than individual efforts alone. So join forces with like-minded individuals, volunteer for beach cleanups also, and participate in plastic-free initiatives and support local organizations working towards the plastic pollution reduction. So together we can amplify our impact and create a united front against the plastic pollution. So it's within our reach if we act now. So thank you for your commitment to this cause. Together we can turn the tide on plastic pollution. So let us commit ourselves to this cause and work hand in hand to create a world where plastic pollution is but a distant memory. Together we can make a difference. My sincere thanks and immense gratitude to my IDYM team seamlessly conducted this symposium. And yes, really, from all the speakers, I learned a lot from all esteemed speakers from across the world. Thank you so much. Thank you for this, Ravi sir, P.K. Rajput sir, Anju ma'am, and Anita Cole ma'am for this opportunity. Love your planet. It's the only one we have. Thank you. एक हिंदी में 2 लाइंस अगर इफ आप इजाजत दोगे तो प्रकृति के साथ साथ चलेंगे हम, प्रकृति के साथ साथ चलेंगे हम, प्लास्टिक के प्रभाव से बचाएंगे हम, पर्यावरण की रक्षा में जुट जाएंगे हम, प्लास्टिक मुक्त दुनिया को साकार करेंगे हम. In English, it is. Thank you. We will walk with nature. We will save from the effect of plastic. Let's get involved in protecting the environment. We will make a plastic-free world come true. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
It was very nice, Dr. Reti ma'am, to listen to you. Of course, we are going to just have a cleaner and a greener future. Of course, we have to be there. And I will just add in your thing that, yeah, of course, we, all of us, see, firstly to IDM, this is the beauty of the IDM, that they are gathering everyone to discuss on a problem which is not an individual problem, which is a problem for the world, and get the solution among ourselves only. We are just discussing the solution. We are discussing the problems. And more than that, we are discussing about the solutions, how we can, and all the speakers, prominent speakers, all are having the wonderful solutions of all these things. That's really very good, very important. And most important is improper disposal is a biggest problem of the plastic. That is really very important, that everyone should know how to dispose the plastic. Even we come across with the milk packets, you know. I learned from one of the seminars that we don't have to cut the corner and separate the corner. We can just keep the corner, keep it at in tight there only, and we can just pour the milk out of that packet. I just practiced it myself at first, because they told in the maybe you were not there when the Dr. Rajput sir was there as a speaker. So he told, he was telling about that, and when that particular small piece of plastic, we throw it in the garbage, and that is going to be eaten up by the animals and all that, that's going to cause the harm to the animals also, because that small piece, we didn't even think while cutting that particular small piece and throwing it like in a normal garbage. And what effect is going to give to the animals is like very, very, like, we need to think about that. And after that, I showed that particular practice to my students in the college. I showed them, I'm practicing this, and now you also have to do, and just train your mothers and the parents regarding the same. So we have to take the initiative. Yes, disposal, you said correctly. We have to just do the proper disposal of the plastic. That's it. Thank you so much for being here today, Dr. Reti ma'am. It's nice to listen. Now we have our next speaker, Mr. Mujuri Vishwanath sir. Yes, sir. Mic is yours.
Okay, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, very good. Warm good morning, good afternoon, good evening across the globe who are watching the live program of IDYM, Igniting Dreams of Young Minds Foundation, a special event on World Environment Day 2023. First of all, I convey my much gratitude to founder of the foundation, Engineer Ravi Shankar, and today's host, Anita Cole ma'am and Anjum Qureshi ma'am. Today we are here at unique platform together to discuss about the solutions of plastic pollution as per the theme of the World Environment Day 2023 proposed by United Nations. So we are facing many challenges and problems against plastic pollution. We have to come forward and confront to how to solve it, how to resolve it, how to stop the plastic pollution, how to beat the plastic pollution. So many methods are there. I want to share some of them. First of all, everyone we know very well triple R method, that is recycle, reuse, reduce. Apart from that, I'm also adding another R, 4R, that means repeat the chain system of 3R. Then only we can solve the entire the system of waste management circle through the RRR and plus R, that is repeat chain system. Second one is a research method. We have to develop the research and development methods, especially the solutions through the innovations and specific technology of the plastic technology. This also one of the key factor of about the plastic pollution. About that, the green products. That means we have to use the replacement of plastic products by the using of green products that is naturally available. The products are directly available from the environment, or either we have to create the by some raw materials by the help of green products. So this is the one of the initiative of the replacement of the plastic. And fourth one is we have to produce more green enzymes. That means biological enzymes that helpful to eat that plastic by their as a food. So we have to make and produce more green enzymes or bioenzymes that will help for that reducing the plastic. And another alternate solution of the plastic to recycling process by the using of waste materials, waste plastics into the useful works like road making, fuel making, or other activities like brick makings. So these are also useful methods, technique to reduce the plastic pollutions. And as per the statistical data, different percentages are there, like 430 million ton we are producing every year as per the data calculations of plastics. So up to 2040, there will be only 8% only recycled of the plastic. So it is vast problem and difficult challenge to watch in front to calculate or reduce the plastic pollution. And this is the entire the financial aspect matter, and government and non-governmental organization involved in matter to how to produce, reduce, and how to control the plastic pollution. There are many scenarios like individuals or governmental or non-government organization or either in education institutions or civil societies to combat the plastic pollution. And in this sector, especially financial key point is also main important to investment or either management. It comes from our budget of the government system. It will take as per the respective governments and respective territories. And when from the go to the statistical data, 36% of plastic waste materials come from the food sector. That means packing or garbaging of that food products. Apart from that, garments, there are 30% of plastic materials are from garment or like a textile industries. And among from the different aspects, single-use plastics we are using 10 to 15% in our daily life. So these are the different statistical percentages of how we are using the plastic pollution, or how we are making the pollution in the sector of the plastic. So we have to use alternate solutions, different aspect, either in the technological or either in natural by green products or either bio products. To by the using of the these type of steps, then we can only use you can only reduce the plastic pollution. And many more methods are done previously. Just we calculate before COVID. However, we also faced many problems, challenges during the COVID time. And before COVID, there are different percentages like only 3% recycled in India among all the plastic pollution, and most of all sea pollution from the plastic is generated very highly as per percentage rate. And during the COVID time, we used more plastic as a medical usage kit, like as or a PPT kit for making that products like medical products. So because plastic only such type of managed during the COVID time, and now we are post COVID, so the same problem will also create again and again, because plastic cannot be destroyed completely. So we have to use different proposals and different agendas for from grassroots level. Then only we can change the plastic problem, plastic problems to the beating the plastics pollution. And when you go to the plastic end of the section, then only 9% is recycled entire the globe for the plastic products, and 22% as mismanaged. That means uncollected from the different usage, and 17% is insegregated. That means from industries, and 46% is from landfill. So these are the main basic statistical data I presented in front of this platform, to know how we are increasing, because so many speakers presented their methods and their data and their process and their ideas to how to beat the plastic. But I presented the small statistical data, because when we go to the statistical data, then can we calculate and how will face and how will to face the challenges, how to find the solutions that will help us. And biodegradable products are main component that we can replace of the plastic pollutions. So I convey my much gratitude to provide a wonderful opportunity, share my views. And in this scenario, I, being as a director and CEO of Green Care Society India, I'm also doing on this sector of different aspects, environmental, especially United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 30, climate action, and goal number 14, life below the water, and goal number 15, life on land. We are working since 2005 from our organization, and we are deeply working at the grassroots level. Our president of this society, Green Care Society, Dr. Vishwanath Panigre, also doing very well as a grassroots level, and we are planning to involve more educational institutions and public to know clearly the awareness first of all. Then only we can take the actions. Without an awareness, we cannot take the actions. First of all, we are clearing the creating the good awareness among the people and the students, and as well as we are also taking the actions, right actions toward the beating the pollutions. So I convey my much gratitude to the IDY Foundation to provide wonderful opportunity to speak on small my views on the beating the pollution as part of the World Environment Day 2023. And I appeal to everyone, come forward as a individual, as a voluntary basis, to provide a good platform to conserve our environment and to conserve our environment, especially footprint of the Go Green, and promote the greenery over the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mujiri. It's like scaring, like I am so scared about the figures you have given, and it's like we have a lot of way to go to just protect our environment. It's not easy that we are working on a very, like not in a very active manner. So the things that you are giving me is like the figures that you are giving is like really, we need to get ready to take an oath and to take this particular thing as a challenge that we have to save our environment. Very interesting figures, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashra.
Thank you so much for just aware all of us and to just awake all of us with these particular figures. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you. So we have our next speaker as Mr. Vishwanath, sir. And I just want to handle the hosting part to Dr. Anjum ma'am again. Dr. Anjum ma'am, you are there?
Hello.
Yes, yes, Mr. Vishwanath, sir. You can just.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes,
ma'am,
you
I'm
are
here.
audible.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. I, Dr. Vishwanath Panigrahi, founder and president, Green Care Society India, convey my several thanks, gratitude to IDYM, Engineer Ravi Kumar sir, Anita ma'am, to give me this opportunity to speak something regarding the solution of plastic pollution. Just now, Mr. Amujuri Vishwanath presented in very detail regarding the pollution of plastic, and he is CEO and director of Green Care Society India. So now I speak very shortly, very little things I will represent. Before 115 years, in 1907, when this plastic was invented by a Belgian scientist, Beckman, then with full of jumping and joy, it was declared that a beautiful thing was invented which will neither melt nor burn, and it was very useful to human being. Accordingly, before some years, it proved its utility, and it was recognized as a blessings, as boon. But now for 10 to 15 years, it is just a curse to human, not only human, but every living one. So now we have to find the solution of this plastic pollution. First off, according to my view, I am working since 2005 for this very various awareness program, and regarding the single-use plastic, I have done much more in the field. According to my view, first point is that the production of the single-use plastic totally stopped. There should be no any factory, no any plant be allowed to produce single-use plastic. That is the first solution. And next, we should have adopted the 3R, reduce, reuse, recycle. But before this 3R, I request for 1 or more, refuse. If somebody gives you in some plastic packing, some food materials, anything, you totally refuse. Just I am telling my nature, whenever I go to market and some shopkeepers or some vendor give me some materials, some things, some food in plastic packing, I totally refuse. Totally refuse. So likewise, we have to refuse to accept anything in the plastic package. Next, reduce. We have to reduce our requirements of plastic. Then reuse. If we have got some plastic materials, then we have to try our best to make the reuse of this thing. And which plastic is if any item is for recyclable, then there should be the material should be recycled. These three are. It is a matter of great pleasure that our honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, he has given the global leadership in 2018 for single-use plastic, and he was also awarded a champion of Earth award. And we are in our country, we are doing awareness. On behalf of our Green Care Society, we are since 2015 we are doing this work, and since 2018 we are able to come to a result by awareness that some institutions and some markets we have succeeded to totally make it single-use plastic-free market, single-use plastic-free institution. So now I have I conclude my speech, my delivery, and convey my thanks. And one thing more, I would like to speak. In 2019, I had been to Singapore and Malaysia. When I was just crossing the river Kang, which is flowing from Selangor to Kuala Lumpur, I saw that the Kang river was full of water, but even a single drop of water was not visible. Only plastic waste was full of river. I took the notice of this incident, and I get down from my car and visited 5 to 10 kilometers of the river and given this report to Maharaja of Kuala Lumpur. So likewise, whenever we see some such incident, we have to take immediate action. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Honorable Engineer Ravi Kumar Sarji. Thank you, Anta ma'am. Thank you, entire team. And one thing more, Hindi, I would like to speak. हमने देखा नहीं है समंदर को जरा गौर से, वो भी जी रहे हैं मुसीबत के दौर. This plastic has done such a condition of the mighty ocean. It has polluted air, it has polluted land, it has polluted. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Namaste, Jai Johar from my Chhattisgarh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for this wonderful talk. And yes, of course, we talk about reduce, reuse, and recycle, but thank you for adding the fourth R, refuse. Yes, we should refuse the usage of plastic, and I think it is going to be a very great method to beat the plastic pollution. And of course, that was the theme of this year when we are talking on Environment Day. So thank you for joining with us, and thank you for sharing your views with us. And nextly, I would like to invite Poonam Gothi, ma'am. Dr. Poonam Gothi, are you there?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Dr. Poonam Gothi.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Very good evening to all of you. Myself, Poonam Gothi. I am principal in Central Agro-Farm Institute. The theme is very important and very unique. To use the plastic use. Actually, मैंने जो है ध्यान नहीं दिया था कि क्या स्कीम है, और मैंने पीपीटी जो है जो तैयार कर ली थी लेकर प्रकृति के. So can I present my PPT? Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Ma'am, someone's mic is on. Because of that,
Yes, ma'am,
no
yes.
one is able to hear.
Are you able to hear me?
Ma'am. Ma'am. हेलो
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
हाँ, आप तब तक दूसरे को चांस दीजिए, मैं अपनी जो सेकंड मोबाइल से ज्वाइन कर रही हूँ तब तक।
Okay, ma'am. Okay, so I think now I should invite the next speaker, Dr. Pooja Dikshit, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Anjum. A society is defined not only by what it creates, but what it refuses to destroy. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to all the distinguished guests and fellow environmental global change makers. I would like to convey my deepest regards to Engineer Ravi Shankar sir for giving me this wonderful platform of IDYM, where not only me, everybody is learning from each other. We are sharing our experiences and getting something or the other every day on a regular basis. Today, we are gathered here to celebrate World Environment Day, and it is very imperative that we reflect upon our responsibility towards our planet. My fellow speakers were talking about how to reuse, refuse, and so many things. That is the 3 R's and the 4 R, which is that we need to refuse. So I will be talking about the environmental challenges and what our responsibility as a citizen. What is the demand for today? How to meet this urgent action for urgent climate change? So our beautiful planet is in a dire need of care and attention. We need to move beyond the idea of environment and fall back in love with Mother Earth. High-tech tomatoes, mysterious milk, super squash. Are we supposed to eat this stuff? Or is it going to eat us? It's a big question for today's fast-moving life. In a world where consumerism, materialism often drive our action, it is a time to embrace minimalistic approach. So I will be focusing upon the minimalistic approach, that how as an individual we can apply this best thing in our life of going minimalistic in today's time. First of all, what do you mean by minimalistic? It is about simplifying our life, reducing our consumption, and focusing on what truly matters. It is a way of living that promotes sustainability and foster a deep connection with the environment. So how can we minimalize? Help us take care of our environment. This is a big question. So I will be sharing few key principles that will encourage the action of being a minimalistic. Minimalism encourages us to adapt a conscious and mindful approach to consumption. So it regards to food, it regards to clothing, everything it comes. So we need to be very mindful while buying anything according to the demand only, according to the need we should go for it. Secondly, it urges to question our needs versus our wants, because we know our needs are basic roti, kapra, and makan, and our wants are unlimited. So we have to put a restriction. So by reducing our desire for unnecessary material possession, we can reduce the strain on our planet resources. This means buying less, reusing, repurposing, and what we have already. Choosing products with minimal environment impact. Second, we can focus on decluttering, which is very, very important. While decluttering means just every week or every month, you can declutter your wardrobe. You can see what are the things, what are the clothing you can reuse. So by reducing the clutter in our physical space, we will create a more peaceful environment. I am pretty sure that if you follow this, you will find so relaxed, not only in terms of cleaning, but in terms of mindset also. So these are fewer things that we should apply. Thirdly, we should emphasize the importance of investing in experience rather than material possessions. So that is, again, we have to maintain that mindset. We have to follow that practice, that whatever we are going to buy, it should be more useful and it can be reused. For example, here I would like to mention that the TV disc which we have, what I have done, I have reused it once. I have switched from Jio. Earlier I was having a Tata, now I have switched on to Jio. So now that this was being there for me, so I use it in a form of I made a smiley and I put it in front of my house so that whosoever will come will have a smile on their face. So these small practices can be taken care. So through these reusing the things, we can create happiness, while accumulation of so many things might sometimes create a problem. For example, in our houses also, you will see right now, there are the plain walls you will see if you go to someone's house. Earlier, it was being crowded by so many things, but now people will prefer to have the clear walls. So by exploring things, by going ahead with the things, spending time on such things where we can reuse, reinvent things, and we can save our time. So we need to prioritize our things. We need to go ecological footprint and develop a deeper appreciation for the natural world around us. Now, this minimalism, which I'm talking about, always encourages to embrace the sustainable practices by adapting renewable energy sources to practice zero waste. There are numerous ways we can minimize our impact on the environment. It can be through composting, it can be through reducing our water consumption, or supporting local and eco-friendly businesses. Every simple, small step counts. Now, I will be talking about the benefits to the environment by being a minimalist. First is reduces waste. Second, it promotes a circular economy. Now, what do you mean by circular economy? It is an economic system in which the resources are used and reused instead of discarded, as I just mentioned about the TV disc. So by donating our unwanted clutter to the needy person or worthy causes, you are reducing the amount of new stuff they need to buy, and which we all can do. And there are different apps also where you can go and you can just give the stuff and they can be used for other purpose, other people can use it. Then preservation of natural resources. By living with the less clutter, you are helping to preserve the earth resources. Talking about the plastic bottles, again, we need to put a restriction of that. We should always have a steel bottle with us. And that is how we can help the environment to flourish, to grow on their own pace. Then fourth one, lower carbon footprints. This, being a minimalism, can lead to a lower carbon footprints. How? By using less car. If you wanted to go somewhere, you can go by walking. So this practice, this habit you have to make to yourself. You have to keep on reminding yourself. Then reducing noise pollution by driving less. Then consumable consciousness. This minimalism often raises awareness of what we consume. So when we have that mindset, then we will think. If we go out for dinner, then also we will think what we have to do, what we have to eat. So we have to start by living with less. And naturally, your conscious mind will work on that, and then you will develop a habit, and this is going to impact your environment. Then we need to focus on the quality over quantity. As I mentioned, that when we start living in minimally, you naturally gravitate towards the higher quality item. That this will, like for example, the organic food which we are talking about. This lead to less waste. Then more free time. When you declutter your life and get rid of needless belonging, you will find that you are looking for much quicker, giving more time to do things that you love, and you earn a new skill. That is very, very important in today's 21st century, that you need to upskill, you need to learn new things. And again, this is a way where we can spend more time on upgradation. Then we can have smaller homes used where the less energy is being used. It helps us to talk about more reduction of the in terms of space. Then we talk about technology, that how we can reduce. We can have a restriction to our cell while using the telephone, by using the mobile or a laptop or a tablet. We need to put a reminder that after 2 hours, I'm going to do this. So this is how we can help us to grow and to start from ourselves. We have to do it. E-waste problem, which is going on so much, that also need to be taken care of. That how much usage of a mobile. Now new brands are coming up. So we need to keep restriction that, okay, it's okay. I need to have the main documents related to is there is no need to go for an iPhone. So these are simple steps. And minimalism doesn't mean sacrificing your comfort or depriving yourself of what we enjoy. It is just about making a conscious choices that prioritize the well-being of our planet and future generation. So by embracing minimalism, we can build a more sustainable, resilient and harmonious world. Now, again, last few things I would like to mention that we need to become an eco-friendly minimalistic. There are two things. First is eco-minimalism and eco-friendly minimalistic. Now, how these things can collaborate, these things can be taken care together. First of all, we need to have our own identity. For example, I like to wear khadi kurta. So that is my style. That has to be like, I don't go for other wear. Then you need to set yourself off buying nothing challenge, where you have to spend, where you don't have to. That has to come from you. Then if you have to buy something, first you need to go integrate the retailer. Ask the retailer that how the thing has been made, how the packaging has been done. Third, you can use the local services to repair rather than to replace a new item. For example, our mixer grinder. So go for a local shop, try to make it repair, then going for a big bazaar and buying a new one. So these small practices will help us, and we need to spare out our time in volunteer to go to the local community. A monthly, you can make a habit. We can go to some kind of a repair shop, and you can help those people by reusing that time. So there's a need to unfold a better world by practicing these things in a very sustainable manner. Now, on this World Environment Day, let us commit to incorporate minimalistic principle into our life. Do your little bit of good wherever you are. It is those little bits which is going to put together and overwhelm the world. Let us spread awareness, inspire others, take action, and together we can create a profound positive change and ensure a healthier and more vibrant future for our planet. Thank you so much, Dr. Anju ma'am and Ravi Shankar sir and all the eminent guests for listening to me, and thank you so much.
And thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your knowledge with us. Yes, of course, we need to change our habits in there, as you were talking about recluttering and about managing our wishes and all. Yes, of course, we have to do that, because that is the basic reason, we just keep collecting so many things at home. And then it's become so difficult to even use our ideas of reducing, reusing, and recycling it. We are going on collecting so many things. Yes, of course, that was a really very good thoughts. And yes, we have to make our planet a healthier place, a vibrant place to live in. Thank you once again, ma'am. And it's always pleasure listening to you, your thoughts and all. And yes, we have many speakers. Nextly, I would like to call upon Preeti Dabade, ma'am. Preeti, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes.
I would like to share my screen without wasting a single minute.
Okay, sure. Please go ahead.
Are you able to see my screen, ma'am? Are you able to see my screen, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yes. This is Preeti Dabade from PDA's English Medium Secondary School and Junior College, Pune. We are talking about World Environment Day. So I prefer 5 P's. Those are priority, protection, plantation, plastic, a big no, and preservation. So all these 5 P's will be covered in my presentation with and activities done by my students. Eco-friendly bricks are made by my students. They had filled the bottles with plastics like milk bags, then chocolate wrappers, and many wrappers which we use daily. Then tree plantation is done by my students. So second P is also satisfied. gardening activity, children take care of trees and plants at school premises. Then social awareness rally is done by my students. They highlighted many issues, social issues which we face in day-to-day life. Then cycle rally was done by my students so that pollution will be reduced. Drawing competition on Save Environment was done. Making seed ball activity, that was initiative taken by me. In this year, our students made 125 seed balls on their way to Pandharpur. From this, our students learn to conserve tree environment. The students tied rakhis to the trees around them so that the relation between them and plant will be created. Eco-friendly Ganesha was made by the students. Eco-friendly activities. So we have not used POP, plaster of Paris. Here also eco-friendly Ganesha was made with the help of clay, soil, you can say. Here plastic collection drive is done in every month. Cleaning activity was done outside the school. Students clean outside areas, nearby areas. We have done Save Birds Drive also. School actively participated in Save Bird Drive by putting grains and water for the birds. Students have done the same thing. We have made paper bags and distributed to the shops nearby. Thank you so much for the opportunity given to me. I know since long many speakers are waiting. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a wonderful presentation. In fact, the 5 Ps you started with, and I must say in such a short time, you discussed about so many projects, so many initiatives, and these are all wonderful initiatives that you have been taking with your students. And more than that, I appreciate the way you presented it, means more information in less time. I think that was really, really great. So thank you for joining. And I know you have been waiting for a long time, but yes.
Thank you so much.
With it. So thank you for being with us and sharing your views with us. And nextly, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Sharda Chakravarti, ma'am. Dr. Sharda, ma'am. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And without delay, I'm going to present my screen for just very small presentation today, because today, and before that, I just want to give my gratitude to Ravi sir for organizing such a important issue. Actually, this is the very important issue. And thank you, ma'am, to both the moderators. They are so very patient and giving us a lot of input. And at this particular time, I think it's 10:32. And still you both are very energetic, especially Anju ma'am. She has given us first half, then she took little rest, and now she's again here. Thank you so much, ma'am. And without delay, I'm just presenting a very small presentation. I hope it's very, very clear. So now the presentation, as we can see, a pollution, I'll talk very little. Beating plastic pollution, a comprehensive solution. I'm going to talk on solution because all of us, we have the speakers who have spoken, they have spoken so very much that I don't have so much to speak on. So now, understanding the problem. Where is the problem? It's impacting the environment, rapid consumption. We see that the consumption is going to double by 2050. It's not matter of joke, it's 2023. And now we are getting so much trouble with this plastic, wherever it is. Like it's in the sea, it's in the soil, wherever it is. Whenever we see the dump of plastic, we just feel so irritated, but we don't have anything to do because we are getting more and more sensitive and we want our foods to be very, very covered and very hygienic. But for that, we are paying the price. Immediate action is required, whether it is individual, it should start from the individuals. We cannot blame government always for their for our own faults. So communities and governments should take care, government is making programs, they are making rules, but what about us? Are we implementing? Do we go to the shops for marketing and all with a bag? We come back from our office and we forget to take bags and take plastics. So it's not, you shouldn't say, you have to follow. So like, the R's we are talking about, reusable alternative. I always carry a bag with me and I just avoid the plastic from even the shopkeepers. They know that I don't take plastics from them. Then zero waste living. Yes, that is very, very important. I keep on recycling. Suppose even if I am taking a cold drink bottle, I just make it sure that I put some holes and I make it, just dripping sort of, so that my plants, they get regular water. I don't have to give them regular water. The dripping, little drip by drip, the water goes to the plants and they remain green. And refill stations, yes, always go for the refills. Like instead of buying the liquid soap for cleaning your hands, better buy the refills. Okay, so at least we can prevent, we can help in the conservation of our Mother Earth. The second one is recycling and waste management, proper recycling process. Like, we have just, somebody was saying, they have made a station where they can put their bottles, plastic bottles, and even we have seen in the stations, some railway stations, they have this policy. If you could put the plastic, they give you a ticket in return. So this can be done even in the school. We can put it so that the students, whatever the waste they are putting here and there, we can collect them and they can get a reward for that. So recyclable material separation, now we are seeing the government is taking, like in West Bengal, I think in most of the metropolitan cities, they have made this mandatory that there should be biodegradable and non-biodegradable. We keep it separately. And of course, sustainable packaging. Of course, when like in Amazon and all, we need sometimes, of course, we are ordering, but instead of plastics, there can be some other recycling practices. So they can be, it can be done. So now I'll talk about some innovations and alternatives, like how we can do it. Biodegradable and compostable materials, like we can use bags which are made up of cornstarch. Now there are new technologies coming out. Eco-friendly packaging, instead of plastics, what can be used, reusable or edible packaging, and plant-based products like the sugar cane. So they are being used as to make bioplastics. So isn't it an innovative idea if we keep on spreading about these things in our school? Even when there are students who are coming from business class families, they can at least spread this awareness to their parents. And then when we talk about being a teacher, all educators are here, and I know there are different community people are here in this beautiful group. So education and awareness, we can do campaigns like we have heard about how the teachers in Malaysia, and just now just ma'am has shown how beautiful awareness program they are running in their schools. Responsible consumers choices at your level, individual level, what are you doing? So even such as avoiding single-use plastic products, don't take it. If like shopkeeper is giving, you just do that awareness. Now, when we go to the shop, restaurants, we see that, oh my God, service tax, why have you added service tax? Please remove it. It's our mandatory choice whether we will give it or not. So make it your choice. Say avoid single-use plastics. And social media awareness, we are all making so beautiful Canva presentation. Make beautiful Canva presentation and put it on your status to avoid these to spread this awareness. So what we have concluded today, that it should be the plastic should be reduced and reused, recycling and waste management, innovative and alternative methods, and education and awareness. With this, I complete my today's presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. And yes, of course, we have talked a lot about reduce, reuse, and recycle, but you have added innovation and alternatives, education and awareness. Yes, of course, this is required. We require awareness among the people, and we require that the present generation should come up with many more innovative methods to handle this problem of plastic pollution and protect our environment. So thank you very much, ma'am, for joining with us and sharing your views with us. And that was a wonderful and lovely presentation as always. Thank you, ma'am. And now let me take this opportunity to invite our next speaker, Dr. Poonam Gothi, ma'am. Dr. Poonam, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please go ahead.
My screen is audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Prakriti ki Vedana. This topic is very important for the environment today. This is our environment. It is our Prakriti. जो कि हमको भगवान ने एक अच्छे रूप में प्रस्तुत की है। इसके हर एक तत्व आप देख रहे होंगे जो कि हमें प्रकृति से प्राप्त हुए हैं। जैसे कि हमारी बॉडी है वो अनेक तत्वों से मिलकर बनी है, सेम उसी तरह से ही ये हमारी प्रकृति जो है वो अनेक एलिमेंट्स से बन के बनी है, जो कि आपका सॉइल हो गया, वाटर हो गया, एयर हो गया. नाउ सेकेंड, दिस इज वाटर पॉल्यूशन. वी यूज वाटर फॉर अवर यूज, बट जब हमारे ये प्रकृति से जो इंडस्ट्री से निकलने वाले जो पानी होते हैं वो हमारे समुद्र में जा रहे हैं, नदियों में जा रहे हैं. और जैसा कि आज की थीम है वाटर की प्लास्टिक के, तो सबसे मेन जो हमारा प्लास्टिक से हमारा जो है ओशन प्रभावित हो रहा है. जो भी गंदगी बहती है वो समुद्र में जा रही है, नदियों में जा रही है, उसमें प्लास्टिक भी जा रहे हैं, प्लास्टिक से बनने वाली चीजें जा रही है जो कि हमारे पानी में रहने वाले जानवर खाते हैं, पीते हैं, उसका यूज करते हैं. तो वो जो प्लास्टिक है वो उनके अंदर चला जा रहा है, जिससे कि प्रकृति ने हमें जो दिया है हम उसका सही यूज नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. ये सभी जो प्रकृति आपको मैं प्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ ये मेरे बच्चों ने किया है एक नाटक के माध्यम से. ये सब हमारे ही स्टूडेंट्स हैं. एयर पॉल्यूशन, जो हमारे जो इंडस्ट्रीज से निकलने वाले चिमनियों के जो धुएं होते हैं वो एयर में मिलते हैं, तो उससे हमारी जो एयर है वो पोल्यूटेड हो जाती है. फिर नॉइज पॉल्यूशन, ये जब आज हम बहुत ऊंची आवाज में हार्न का प्रयोग कर रहे हैं, बहुत ऊंची आवाज में म्यूजिक सुनते हैं, बहुत ऊंची आवाज में हम अनेक चीजों का यूज करते हैं, जिससे कि हमारे हार्ट पे, हमारे ईयर पे, सभी चीजों पे प्रभाव पड़ता है। ये बच्चों ने समझाया है। ये सॉइल पॉल्यूशन, हम अपनी उर्वरक क्षमता को बढ़ाने के लिए सॉइल में कितनी चीजों को डाल रहे हैं। हम ये भी नहीं देखते हैं कि जो हम प्लास्टिक का यूज कर रहे हैं वो मिट्टी में जा रही है। वो प्लास्टिक जब वो मिट्टी के अंदर जाती है तो उसकी उर्वरक क्षमता खत्म हो जाती है, और उसको वृद्धि करने के लिए हम अनेक चीजों का प्रयोग करते हैं, वनों को काट रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमारी जनसंख्या वृद्धि इतनी ज्यादा हो चुकी है कि हमें रहने के लिए वनों को काटना पड़ता है। नाउ ये प्रकृति की वेदना, ये रोस्ट कंडीशन है। आपको किस कंडीशन में प्रकृति प्राप्त हुई थी, लेकिन हमने अपने निजी स्वार्थ के लिए प्रकृति को कितना गंदा, कितना भ्रष्ट कंडीशन में ला के रख दिया है। ये हमारी एक मुहिम है कि हमें अपनी प्रकृति को वापस कैसे उसी रूप में प्राप्त करना है। अब देखिए, लो रेंज वॉइस का अगर हम यूज करेंगे तो हमारे नॉइज पोल्यूशन नहीं होगा। नाउ हम अगर सोलर एनर्जी का यूज करेंगे तो हमारे जो चिमनी से निकलने वाले धुएं हैं, या और भी जो हम एसी यूज करते हैं, यह सब चीजें जो हम यूज करते हैं, उसमें जितनी भी एनर्जी निकलती है, वेस्ट मटेरियल जो उसके निकलते हैं, वो कम मात्रा में निकलेंगे, जिससे हमारा वातावरण बहुत ही शुद्ध होगा। नाउ रीयूज ऑफ वेस्ट वाटर, जो हमारी नदियों में गंदे पानी जा रहे हैं, जिसके साथ कचरा जा रहा है, प्लास्टिक या पॉलीथीन के रूप में नहीं जा रही, अन्य रूपों में भी जो हमारे समुद्रों में, नदियों में प्लास्टिक जा रही है, उससे बचने के लिए हमें टैंक बना लेना चाहिए, उस पानी का रिस्टोर करना चाहिए, रीयूज करना चाहिए, और उस पानी को हमें साफ करके दोबारा पीने के यूज में हम ना लाएं। बाकी फैक्ट्रियों में जो यूज होता है वाटर का, हम उस यूज में उसका बहुत ज्यादा प्रयोग कर सकते हैं। अब ये है हमारी मुहिम प्लास्टिक के लिए, जो कि लास्ट ईयर हम लोग ने निकाली थी, लोगों को जागृत किया था कि कैसे वो प्लास्टिक का यूज ना करें। और ये बच्चों ने खुद घर से बना के कागज के पॉलीथीन जो है दुकानदारों को दिए थे, और कपड़े के थैले बना के जो महिलाएं शॉप पे आई थी उनको प्रोवाइड किया था हमारे स्टूडेंट्स ने। ये देखिए, तो अगर हम प्रकृति के इन तत्वों को जो हम जागृत कर रहे हैं लोगों को, अगर हम उनको वापस से यूज करेंगे सही ढंग से, तो हम जिस फॉर्म में हमको प्रकृति मिली थी, बहुत सुंदर, बहुत स्वच्छ, बहुत निर्मल, हम वापस उसे उसी फॉर्म में प्राप्त कर पाएंगे। थैंक यू सो मच मैम, गिविंग मी दिस opportunity again.
And thank you, ma'am. That was really a very wonderful presentation. And yes, of course, it also shows how being an educator, being the principal of the school, you have been working with your students, coming up with so many beautiful initiatives. And yes, like you were talking, you not only give suggestions, so suggestions नहीं दी आपने, बल्कि आपने जो वाकई में जो काम किया है अपने स्टूडेंट्स के साथ, उनको भी आपने बताया, बहुत सुंदर तरीके से आपने अपना प्रेजेंटेशन किया। थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। And yes, we always expect such presentations from you. And now I would like to call upon our next speaker, Professor Ravinder Reina Sir from South Africa, who is also, I think, the director of South Africa. So yes, sir, please welcome. Please take over.
Well, colleagues, good evening and good afternoon in some of the countries. It is always, a proud privilege for me to be part of the IDYM family and the programs that are organized by IDYM on regular basis. And the topic for today that was chosen is the solutions that we could able to provide for the plastic pollution. Now, why do we do that today is 4th of June 2023. And we're going to celebrate in few hours time. As per South African time now, it's 7:17 in the evening. And maybe in the coming 1.5 hours time, India already moved to 5th of June. So 5th of June marked as an Environmental Day. And we've been celebrating this Environmental Day for several years. And we also celebrate equally 22nd of April as Earth Day. So why do we need to do that? These 2 days, 5th of June one side and 22nd of April on the other side, is to create some kind of awareness and educate the people, educate the youth, particularly the school children, that we need to protect our environment because we are in a very, very bad shape and we are in a critical condition. We are going to have the critical conditions from time to time, and where we may reach a day that we cannot live on our beloved, lovely planet at all. So if we continue to live this way, and if we continue to damage our environment without protecting it, and in the coming 500 years, none of us can able to live on this planet. We have the population dynamics and population forecasting. Now we got more than 8 billion people living on this planet. In the coming 300, 400 years later, our whole population can come down to less than 600 millions actually. So one can imagine the fact that we cannot able to survive with these existing deteriorable conditions that we are creating. We are damaging our own environment. I would like to give you some facts and figures before I conclude my presentation in the interest of time, that every single minute, the consumption of the plastic bottles that we use in the whole world is close to 1.2 million bottles. So you multiply with that 24 hours, and then you multiply that 1.2 million, one can get the figure. Now, what is going to happen if we keep on throwing this bottle? 91% of those bottles that we are throwing, we are not recycling them at all. So that is another problem. If we don't recycle them, where we are going to throw? And obviously we're going to throw into the oceans. It could be Bay of Bengal or Arabian Sea or Indian Ocean or Pacific Ocean or Atlantic Ocean and so on and so forth. There was a study that was conducted recently that is very, very scary, that Pacific Ocean is the biggest ocean in the whole world. That occupies about 168 million square kilometers land. So one can imagine that 168 bigger than that, surface of the Earth actually. What is happening with regard to these plastics that we are throwing in the Pacific Ocean alone? About 1.9 million square kilometers land. That is almost 2/3 of Indian size. India is a subcontinent. India is the 7th largest country in the whole world, which occupies probably 2.1% of the land in this world. Imagine 2/3 of the Pacific Ocean covered by the plastics that we are throwing, meaning that 2/3 of Indian size. So I mean to say that it's about 1.9 million square kilometers land. India is about 3.2 million square kilometer land, whereas the plastic pollution in the Pacific Ocean, there are certain segments of northern side of Pacific Ocean is 1.9 million square kilometers. That is almost double the size of South Africa. South Africa is the 25th country, 25th largest country in the whole world, which is about 1.2 million square kilometers land. So why I'm saying all these things here is that we are digging our own graves, ladies and gentlemen. Mother planet, the way we need to treat our mother planet, it's mother to everybody. Indeed, every human being living in this planet, they all can discriminate. Whether Biharis can discriminate against the Kannadiya people, and Telugu people may discriminate against the other ethnic group, Tamilians and so on and so forth. Every human being living on this planet, they live with their own kind of, although unity and diversity we talk about, but we still have disparities among ourselves. So we begin to hate our fellow human beings, whether they are our fellow Indians, then we love them. So meaning that Mother Earth is the only thing in this world that they treat everybody equally. Whether you are a poor person or a rich person or an intelligent person or a dumb person, whoever you're a politician or a common man, you're all treated equally by our mother, that is Mother Planet. But when it comes to we treating our own mother, we don't care about our mother. We never even, at least on the eve of everybody's birthday, we all celebrate this, 8 billion people celebrate their birthdays every single year. At least 10 trees, if we could able to plant in one single year, we could able to improve the conditions of our living in this planet, in India itself. There was a study also, for every one person, we got 1.42 billion people living in our country. And if you look at the number of trees that we have, the number of trees, not even 87 trees per one person. If you go to America, for example, they got more than 990 trees per one person. If you go to Canada, of course, the population of Canada is maybe about 35 millions. That is why the number of trees in Canada is more than 9,000 trees per one person. So you are talking about 87 trees in India for one person, 9,000 trees for one person in Canada. One can imagine the facts that how bad we are actually. So we only simple things we need to do, ladies and gentlemen, that you don't need to be a vice chancellor or a full professor, or you don't need to be a rich man like Mukesh Ambani or Elon Musk and so on. You can be a common man. You can still love the planet more than the other guys who are not able to care for the planet. So simple things, what we can do is that we need to apply this 3R. 3R, there is a film that came, I think, a few months ago, that popular film, and RRR film. Now, RRR here is that reduce the consumption. To the greater extent, that is in our hand. You as a human being, you can reduce the consumption of whatever you do in your day-to-day life, whether it could be food related, transport related, anything that you do in your daily life, just reduce the consumption that. Then you are safeguarding your mother planet, you are trying to protect the environment. Then the second point is that reuse it. Don't use and throw. Just keep on. There's no waste in Chinese dictionary. In the same way, there are most of the Indians, necessity is the mother of invention, that majority of the people, those who do not have the resources, they try to reuse them. So we need to reuse to the greater extent. The third one is that recycle them. The recycling is not taking place. I think last time I was speaking about in one of the forums of IDYM, I was telling that India alone contributing 65 million metric tons of solid wastage every year. And out of that 65 million, not even 43 million has been collected actually. Out of this 43 million, 12 million is not been processed. So what is going to happen to that? That is why we are creating the hills like close to Delhi, in between Delhi to Greater Noida, there are hills that are being found because we do not have the proper places where we can throw these garbages. So ladies and gentlemen, there is so much to talk about, but because of interest of time, I would like to limit and saying that it is the duty of every individual. It is not the government duty alone. These days will come and go. Every year we have this June 5th. Every year we have April 22nd. It's not only these 2 days that can be marked in protection of our environment. Every single day we need to protect. I was visiting Poddar Institute of Management, Poddar Business School in about February 2023 this year, 3 months ago, and they gave me a certificate stating that in the certificate they are stating that, sir, you go and plant a tree in your area wherever you live, and you take the picture of that. Then you send it to us. We will also plant the same on your name, a tree. And that's how we can multiply the trees. That is a good concept, actually. I really like that concept of Poddar Institute of Management, Jaipur, India. So what I'm trying to tell you is that whether you are an American, whether you are an Indian, whether you are a South African, whether you are any country national, doesn't matter. We all the children of this planet. So we all should carry the responsibility. And therefore, now Americans, if you look at the comparative purposes, Americans, they are contributing more amount of waste to this world. They are creating 100 million metric tons of wastage. On an average, if you look at, there are some people in Africa, they contribute less than 100 grams per day as their wastage, whereas Americans, they contribute 5 kilograms of wastage per day. One can imagine the fact. On an average, the overall world, we could able to produce about 700 grams of wastage to this world on a single day basis. So these are going to create a lot of problems for us. The silk sarees our Indian women, they wear, in order to decompose the silk sarees, it takes more than 40-50 years actually. In order to decompose the plastic, it takes more than 150 years. So there are even the diapers that our children use, they took probably 150 to 200 years to decompose. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we need to reduce this consumption. We need to safeguard our, nation, environment, and we also should try to reuse the plastics. There was also in Hyderabad, there was a house that was built with the plastics actually. It is exclusively built by the plastics. There are also roads that are being constructed with the plastic. So we need to use the plastics in the construction process. And that's how we can try to reduce the plastics. We can provide different solutions. And this plastic industry, this waste, solid waste industry is probably close to $30 billion industry in India alone, actually. So ladies and gentlemen, with the interest of time, and I would like to conclude by stating thanks to IDYM and Raviji, and also Dr. Qureshi, the moderator. You patiently handle every program of ours. We appreciate you and your patience. And all other colleagues, I can see Professor Rachna is there, and Dr. Anita and Poonam Gothi and different other colleagues from different corners. So with these few words, thank you one and all. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. That was really a great job. And yes, of course, you always comes with lot of research, lot of the facts and figures. And as you said, yes, sir, it doesn't matter we are rich or poor. It doesn't matter where we are living in. It doesn't matter which profession we are, but we all are human beings, and we are all living on this Mother Earth. And it is our equal responsibility to save the Mother Earth. And it is not just Environment Day or Earth Day when we should talk about all these things, but we should make it a practice to follow all our responsibilities. We should reduce our usage and also wastage. The usage of we are collecting so many things every day, and we are wasting so many things every day. So that was really a great message from you. Thank you very much, sir, for joining and sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you, Dr. Anju.
With this, I take this opportunity to invite our next speaker, Dr. Syed Hanifuddin Man from Sri Lanka.
So thank you, Dr. Anjum Qureshi. Good afternoon. Good evening to you all. Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Syed Hanifuddin from Sri Lanka, chairperson of the Global United for Peace and Justice Organization. Our topic is uses of plastic and the effects of the environment. Optimum use of plastic can present decision of river and ocean ecosystems. The modern world, plastic and related products have become tools that are very close to the life of ordinary people. Plastic contains packaging, equipment, foodstuff, and weight reductions, strength reductions in the transport of snow, breakage, water resistant, manufacturers in any shape, resistance, rough usage, as well as recognized plastic product verification codes, as well as being recommended for contain other necessary materials. The uses of plastic product has become popular. Plastics takes a long time to decompose. The fact that plastic polythene product take 500 to 2,000 years to decompose is a great tragedy for the well-being of the earth. Since the beginning of the plastic production until today, due to the irregular disposal of the manufactured materials, they are still and built up on earth. On average, it takes 400 years for a plastic bag to decompose. 450 years for plastic bottle to decompose. Health and social issues. We'll see what are the social issues for that regarding the plastic. Due to plastic waste, wetland ecosystem as well as water catchment areas have suffered environmental degradation. Coastal ecosystems have become polluted, and eventually at the plastic waste and ends up on the ocean. Pollution marine ecosystem on a large scale, as plastic deposited on the ground takes time to decompose. It has led to a decrease in the equality of the soil. The beauty of beaches and other ecosystems has been destroyed due to plastic and the polythene getting stuck in drain and pipelines. Urban flooding conditions increase during the rain season. Polythene burning causes air pollution as well as cancer and respiratory disease. Disease such as dengue, dengue mosquitoes are caused by the filling water in equipment as plastic contains that are thrown away irregularly. Many species of wild animals that eat food in outdoor areas of waste in dumps have been engaged by eating polythene mixed in food, and even today their lives are threatened. Seabirds, nearly 700 animal species worldwide are threatened by plastic waste, including birds and other mammals. If plastic waste continues to be released into the world natural environment without proper management, the amount of waste will grow to 12 trillion metric tons by the year 2050. An American and Californian University research group has estimated. However, researchers around the world have presented data in different ways through their research, but rather than a debate about the data, it is confirmed that the Earth ecosystems have suffered seriously. Environmental damage due to the illegal disposal of plastic. Exacerbation of the misuse, the waste problem. Studies have revealed that the 20 million shopping bags are used daily in the country. According to the nearly 5.3 billion plastic bags are added to the environment every year. If this happens for many years, the formation of mountains of plastics and the polythene is invisible. As of 2060 of Sri Lanka, important about 5 tons of plastic and polythene annually, of which 70% was used domestically, 30% was exported in various forms. Around 40% of domestically used plastic polythene is recycled, while the remaining percent is directly released into the environment. According to the data reports, in general, the amount of waste generated per day in Sri Lanka in about 8,500 metric tons. The amount of plastic polythene waste generated per day is about 600 tons. It has also been calculated that about 10% of many solid waste in plastic waste. According to a recent report by an international environmental study group, Sri Lanka has ranked 5th in the world in the terms of irregularly disposal of waste, pollution, ecosystem, including the coastal environment. But I think that is the mistake, I think. Although the revelation made at the time waste is criticized by the scholars of Sri Lankan related to the subject yield at the accumulation of the large amount of plastic waste in Sri Lanka environment in something that is the caused by the general observation. The United Nations Environment Program's data reports also reveal that the amount of plastic pieces by countries close to the Indian Ocean is 1.5 trillion. Plastic control measures in Sri Lanka, effective from 2016 of September, the important production, sales, and use survival single-use plastic products were completely banned. According to the product trade and use of food packaging boxes, plates, cups, spoons, etc. from extended polythene is the prohibited. The manufacture, sale, and use the shopping bags made of polythene and thickness 20 microns or less, or local use is prohibited. Grocery bags are also banned, as the manufacture, sales, or trade of high defensive polythene products for domestic use in the prohibited. Production, trade and the use of lunch seeds using polythene as raw material for local use is the prohibited. Here, the product made using the highly density polythene, such as grocery bags, shopping bags, lunch seeds, and polythene food packaging boxes are prohibited product, so the general public should be aware too. All use luggage bags, etc., made from eco-friendly materials should be adjusted. Today, with the intervention of the private sector, such environmentally friendly products as can be seen in the market. It is not the role of Central Environment Authority to product eco-friendly polythene product required by the consumers. The role of the Central Environment Authority in the regulation by the implement of the law. However, the Central Environment Authority provides the necessary incentives and the guidance to the relevant parties in the private sector for the production of the environmentally friendly products. The polythene that has the Central Environment Authority has taken step to ban single-use polythene products from 31st of March 2021 as per the Gazette, not gazetted age. um, to 21st of January 2021, it was gazetted according to the use of the polythene, the polyethylene PVC materials for packaging, agrochemicals used for the particularly trade or industry is prohibited, such as packaging equal to or less than 20 ml the net environment. So there are so many ways of plastic productions are prohibited in Sri Lanka due to the safeness of our environment. However, there is the further scope of packaged food and medicine. Inflectables are prohibited. However, there is further scope for the production of the some balloons, floats, swimming pool toys, and the water sports equipment, and the production of the steamed cotton buds with plastic sticks is also prohibited. However, there is a further promotional of the production and use of the medical clinical treatments. For the sake of environmental safety, many single-use plastic production will be banned in the future. With this ban, there will be a control of the environmental damages caused by the such single-use plastic products being added to the environment due to the irregular disposal. Public awareness of the illegal raids. After the implementation of the polythene ban in 2017 until today, legal action has been taken against the manufacturers who are illegally producing the banned production of the sending them to the market. The final destination of irregularly disposed plastic waste down the river system in the estuaries, beaches, and the ocean system. Control and prevent of the pollution caused by the plastic polythene to protect the ecosystem of the rivers and the system in Sri Lanka is to prevent ocean pollution caused by the plastic. It is also contribution from Sri Lanka. It should also be maintained here that the active participation of the general public is essential for the success of this ecosystem conservation process. Through this conference, the people of the world should request that the people of the world should study the materials that decompose of the earth instead of the destructive materials such as plastic. Study advancement of people of the world, introduce them to the people of the world, and get rid of the use of plastic as much as possible. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much, our IDYM. Thank you very much, Dr. Anjum Qureshi and other staff members. Have a nice and wonderful day, all of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And yes, and at this time, I can see you're presenting with full of energy and talked about so many aspects from the Sri Lanka, and it was really great. And you talked so very well about the plastic pollution and the steps that can be taken there. So now it's time to call upon another speaker, Nahid Raza, sir.
Very good evening, everyone. Today's topic is very appreciable, very deep and cherishable. Reason being, beat plastic. Before we beat plastic, we should beat our desires, needs of using plastic, consumption plastic. As plastic waste accumulate in the oceans, it at very alarming rates. Solution is very urgent. 80% of ocean plastics are estimated to come from land-based sources. Who is generating? Please pay attention. High-income people generate 47% plastic misusage. Because of them, generation is there. Medium-income people generate 35%. Low-income people only 16%. 300 million tons of plastic is produced worldwide annually today. 1/3 of plastic waste becomes plastic pollution. Very simple. All hope is not lost. Massive action is being taken. Please pay attention. The ocean cleanup. The ocean cleanup is an excellent example of collective action initiated by Voyan Slate by Dutch CEO. He has taken this action. NASA's satellite technology is also being used to detect concentration of plastic in the oceans. Plastic eating mushrooms were discovered by Samantha Jenkins. It is very useful. And magnetic coils are also dissolving plastics in the ocean, and it is being extracted because the particles are very small. So these are massive actions taken by the organization. What can we do? The definition is very simple. Addition is knowledge, subtraction is wisdom. So we should try to minimize usage and consumption of plastic. It is very simple. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And yes, of course, we should minimize the use of plastic. It was really a very great message. And thank you for joining and thank you for sharing your views with us. And now I would like to call upon our next speaker, Professor Rachna Chakravarti, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Anjum, and hats off to you, gratitude for building up this platform and amazing where we are sharing the knowledge and gaining a lot of knowledge. So today I had already gathered up my knowledge. I don't think there is anything left for me to say because all the great stalwarts, the esteemed speakers have spoken every single point which is needed for the awareness of and the protection of the environment. The main idea of celebrating this day is to create an awareness, but quickly I would like to sum it up in just 2 minutes because already being the last speaker, that's a great credit to me. I always try to sum it up. So just taking with all the respected dignitaries present here, and of course the platform IDYM, I would like to wish everyone a World Environment Day. And with this great quote, just to sum up every single awareness things which was said by my previous knowledgeable speakers and esteemed guests, we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. So we need to remember, we have not inherited it that we can use it randomly. We have just borrowed it from our next generation. So we need to return it to them with the interest. The main objective basically of World Environment Day is to make people aware of the importance of the Earth's resources and take care of the environment. Our environment is right now very, very important to all of us. It gives us the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat. It also helps us to control the weather and gives us this place, wonderful place. It's just like a mother's cozy arms to stay and live in. So mainly this year, we all know, as already my esteemed speakers have already spoken of, this year our focus is on a very, very important issue about the World Environment Day, which threatens every fabric of our environment, that is plastic pollution. So basically the campaign this year was Beat Plastic Pollution. And of course, we all unite together. So we have seen people are celebrating this day, only this day. Remember, mark my words, very, very important. Only on this day, they plant some trees, others clean up the roads, and still others they are talking about the green technologies. But we need to really ask a question to ourselves right now and ponder, take a step back. Are we really practicing this good habits every day? As already one of my esteemed speakers have spoken about, Professor Ravindra Rane also took up this topic. In the birthdays, what do we do? How many trees are there? The accurate statistical data has already been presented. So it is really a great situation, a situation which we need to really ponder. We cannot heal the planet for just one day. We really need to take care every single day. We have already given lot of hurt to our Mother Earth. We see more pollution, our temperatures are rising, our trees are disappearing. All of this is due to the lack of care for the environment. Start loving the word called environment, and then surely we can collaborate and we can make this place a happy place to live on. So on this Environment Day, let us not only talk about what harm we have done, but also what we can do right now to make the things better. We had got several suggestions in this IDYM platform just today with the eminent speakers. They gave us various suggestions. If we can pick up all those and implement it right now, this date, this moment, we all can help as individuals, as community, as school, as partners. We can't wait for someone else to solve this problem. This is our problem. Actually, we wait that somebody else will take the step and then we will follow. But we need to ask ourselves and do it. Maybe you might think, what will happen if I change, if I start with it? But it's not like that. You just start, do it and see. Now it is the time for every one of us to take a step and take up the responsibility. It is our duty to give a healthy and a clean planet to the next generation so that they can have a better life. So obviously environment is there facing a lot of challenges, the climate change, pollution, deforestation, and a lot of big other problems. So pollution occurs with this harmful substances. So now to protect our environment, we can reduce the carbon footprint by using less energy. We need to remember, very, very important. Use less energy, driving less, by eating less raw meat. No one is telling you to stop. No one is telling you to quit, but eating lesser amount. Recycle, compost, and reduce the waste. Conserve the water. Take few showers. Every day when you go out, you just come inside and take shower. Sitting at home, you're taking showers. For what reason? Save the water. Then fix the leaks which is there in your washrooms, in every single tap which you see. Drop by drop, water keeps on leaking. These are just normal steps, ladies and gentlemen. And if it can do that, we can support the sustainable businesses and make the environment a priority. These just small acts can make a very, very big difference in building a better future for our planet. So on this World Environment Day, let us not talk and let us think about it, how we can make it better. We can also come up as individuals, as community, and make these problems heal out. Now it is the time for everyone of us to step up and take the responsibility. It's our duty to give a healthy, clean planet for the next generation. So as we are celebrating together, let us make this world a happier place to live in. So I would like to just end by saying the greatest threat to our planet right now is what? Just ask yourself. Is the belief that someone else will save it and not me. Thank you so much for listening. It was just summing up with all my esteemed guest speakers have spoken tonight. And it was wonderful listening to all the amazing personalities who had joined up, and hats off to Anita Kaul ma'am and Anjum ma'am. You all are amazing. Gratitude to all of you. And of course, IDYM, who is doing amazing work. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. And yes, of course, it is our responsibility. No one else is there. Okay. Yes, we talk about so many, we keep on talking about problems, but it's the time that we don't no more talk about the problems, but we have to develop solutions. We have to collaborate together and implement those solutions, not only talk about solutions or suggest the solutions, but this is the time that we should implement those solutions so that we give a healthier planet to everyone, give a healthier planet to our future generations. And that was really a very energetic, like yes, still it was 11:30, nearly 11:30 p.m. in India, and still we can see our all participants, the speakers who are there still with us, with full of energy, and also the host of today's event, Anita Kaul ma'am. Even I can see her with full of energy, Rachna ma'am. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the speakers who joined with us, and it was really a conference with lots of learning. Because yes, because the speciality of this platform is we're not joining from any one a single country. We're joining from different parts of the world, and everyone has something different to share. And the scenario that we see in India, it will be different from like now we have speakers like Professor Reina is from South Africa, Dr. Sayed is from Sri Lanka. So they all have different views of their country. And we also saw about some countries where they talk about zero plastic usage and all that. So that was really great to learn from everyone. And yes, we should learn, actually, not just listen and forget after this conference, but we should learn and we should try to implement it in our country, in our city. And yes, of course, what I learned is we need to sometimes change our habits. We talk so many big things. It is really very easy. But very small things that we can do is we can just change our habits. Like Rachna ma'am was talking about treating the leaking taps. We talk so much about conserving water, but we actually neglect that thing. Many of us neglect that thing. So there are very small habits that we need to change, and of course. So here the responsibility lies on us to give a healthier planet to the future generation. Yes, ma'am. Anita Kaul ma'am, please.
Yeah, I duly agree with the Anjum ma'am. Yes, and thank you so much, Professor Rachna ma'am. Always pleasure to listen to you. And all the speakers, we are really today we have just so much treasure accumulated with this conference. So we are going to just make sure that we are going to implement that. And that's why actually these particular webinars are there. We are here together to share, to exchange our views, to exchange our work we have done, and make sure that one or the other is going to implement that or going to take away that. Of course, I have taken away a lot of things today from the different speakers, different eminent speakers. And thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. And thank you, Anjum ma'am, for being there. I know you. I just talked
to all Anjum ma'am, Anita ma'am, for being such a wonderful moderation.
Yeah, deep gratitude. Hats off from where continuous.
You started at 7 and now it's 11:30.
Yeah, it's continuous.
Actually, I'm getting that from the Dr. Anjum ma'am. I told when Dr. Rajput sir was there, I had just phrase, and he wrote down that phrase. I say like, Anjum ma'am shares the ocean of patience. So like I'm also learning from her. So thank you so much, Anjum ma'am. And thank you, Pooja ma'am. Met after so long, right?
Good to see everyone.
Thank you so much.
This beautiful concept, and he comes up with unique ideas, unique concepts every day. And yes, you can see Anita ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So happy World Environment Day. Tomorrow, a little action of ours can bring about a change.
Happy World Environment Day to all of you.
Thank you. Same to you, everyone. Thank you.
you, everyone. Bye-bye. Good night.
Bye-bye. Good night. Good night.